here during State Fair Week over the years, and it should be a lot of fun to see what happens here this afternoon, and we're glad to have you with us. We do welcome you on behalf of Tim Carey, the Hawthorne Racecourse President and General Manager, and of course Suburban Downs Incorporated. Good to have our Racing Administrator Tina Schrock on hand here today. Spotted Tony Simone, the Executive Director of the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association, in the stands. He's with us here today as well. Speaking of which, don't forget the IHHA has partnered up with the folks at Trot and Pace Marketing, and they will be bringing live coverage of today's card. Just go to youtube.com and in the search field enter Trot and Pace Marketing. Good to see Don. He is positioned on the stand high atop the start-finish line here at the Duquoin State Fair. It looks like as we start seeing more of our officials gather trackside, is that Dwayne Wells that I see? Hello, Dwayne. Good to have you with us as our outrider here today on this beautiful Friday afternoon. Our starter will be Mitch Titus. Our stewards, Randy Callahan and Jim Austin. Jerry Young is driving the starting gate today. Mark Brown is the official timer. We will have Tom Shin as our charter and Leanne Shin, our data entry clerk. I'm guessing, is Emma Schrock here for the photo finish? Yep, very good. Emma Schrock is our photo finish technician. She was busy at the Macon County Fair at Decatur. That was we had some close finishes there that day. Our identifiers are Danny Satterfield and Tina Schrock. Thanks to Brad Martin of Audio Technical Services. He is our audio engineer, and belated condolences to Brad on the passing of his mother, Wilma Martin, age 87. She had been living most recently in Sherman, and she passed away just recently. So, Brad, on behalf of the horsemen's community, our belated condolences to you, and it's good to have you back with us here today. Thanks to Brian Boggs for pinch hitting when we were here last Saturday. Dr. Kate McBurney is the track veterinarian today. Rusty Copsey is near the paddock. He's our blacksmith. Thanks to MedStar Ambulance Service, Cross Harness Supply with the tack and equipment, and again, Trot and Pace Marketing through their alliance with the IHHA to bring you live coverage of today's races. Horsemen, this reminder for the 13 purse races, there is a post-race testing area. There is a temporary portable stall set up, which is actually located on the south end of the grounds, right there near the Grand Circuit Barn, just a stone's throw from where the racing office is. So all winners today, horsemen, you will need to report to the testing area. Again, you will see a small portable set of portable stalls that is right near the racing office for post-race testing, and we do appreciate you're keeping that in mind. Also, special thanks to Josh Gross, Duquoin State Fair Manager, the track crew, the grounds crew for hosting these races here today. Also, this reminder, Denise Titus is our Winter Circle photographer, and she will be taking Winter Circle photos today. Victory Lane will be available, but pictures can be taken on the home stretch of the racetrack if that is what the Winning Connections prefer, and there will be a courtesy vehicle at the draw gate to assist the Winning Connections to making it to and from the Victory Lane area. Yeah, most often in horse racing we think of Winner's Circle, but of course here at Duquoin over the years they've had motorsports and harness racing, so that's why here it is a Victory Lane. More in just a moment. Yes, Tina? Also, folks, if you are in the grandstand and in need of a track program, our own Tina Schrock is right now in the stands and has programs available for $1 each. In fact, we see Tina about midway up in the stands just above the main walkway and engaging in a transaction right now to sell a program to one of our racing fans. Again, if you need a program, just hold your hand up and Tina will make her way toward you. And Tina, we do appreciate your help with that. Qualifying race coming up. By the way, our judges want to remind you, horsemen, you do need to have your colors on as you warm up. We are now, of course, well within that 1 hour window until post time. So, horsemen, as you go those warm-up miles, a reminder, by rule, you do need to be wearing your driving or training colors as you go the warm-up miles. By the way, if you ever have any question, I had some folks contact me recently and ask, well, how does the USTA rule book read about X or Y or Z? Great thing is the U.S. Trotting Association has the entire rule book at your fingertips online. All you have to do is go to ustrotting.com. ustrotting.com, and you will click on the logo that says USTA, and on the drop-down list it'll say rule book, and it can be kind of a fun read. So if you're ever curious, race fans, how does the rule read about this or that, just go to ustrotting.com. And of course, our races are governed under the authority of the Illinois Racing Board in conjunction with those USTA rules. Horsemen, if you would please come to the track. We are set to go with the qualifier. Fox Valley Venice and Coach Blakester ready to go with the qualifying race. There goes Coach Blakester past the stands, and right on cue, here comes Fox Valley Venice. So these two are going to go right to the gate. Got a qualifier going to the post, folks, so the track's going to be hot here very shortly. Got a qualifier heading on the way to the gate right now. We just saw Juan Franco go past the stands, and there is Wyatt Avenatti. Straight to the gate, gentlemen, and we will get the qualifier underway, and then we'll have our pre-race ceremonies and head into the purse race portion of the card. Folks, again, welcome to the historic Duquoin State Fairgrounds. It's incredible today to see the horsemen racing out of that Grand Circuit barn. Some of us have photographs at home from our childhood of horses like Speedy Somali, the 1978 Hambletonian winner, standing inside one of the stalls of that barn. It's just great to see the renovation. The state is investing in that barn. It's a $2.5 million upgrade, and the first phase of the renovation of that Grand Circuit barn is scheduled to be completed by March. So good to see that the state is taking a renewed interest in this facility for harness racing purposes. Now, folks, as you well know, that by rule, we cannot go racing unless there is an ambulance with medical staff present on the grounds. That is why the starting gate just went by the grandstand. If you're saying, wait a minute, I thought you said we're ready for the qualifier, someone looked up and said, oops, do we have an ambulance? So our starter, Mitch Titus, and his driver, Jerry Young, are taking a lap around the facility, just seeing if they can spot over the outside retaining wall or the outside fence if the ambulance is indeed present. Our own Tina Schrock is taking a walk up toward the head of the stretch, and she is also checking the grounds because we cannot get underway until the ambulance is present. Not the first time we've had that situation. We deal with that all summer long on the fair circuit, and we do appreciate our paramedics and EMTs because without them we cannot go racing. Stand by. Still awaiting the arrival of our medical crew onto the grounds. The search proved futile in terms of the results that we wanted. The USTA rule book, we were talking about that, and apparently the rule specifically says medical provisions must be made. So essentially you have to have medical staff on the grounds. It gets into a case of gray matter about the actual presence of an ambulance, but either way, we have neither right now. So that is why we are waiting for the arrival of the ambulance and crew. In the meantime, our two pacers are over on the backstretch. One of these days, we're going to make a checklist, and before we call the horses out, we're going to have to do that before we say, horsemen, come to the track, because that's one thing I hate for the horsemen, and I feel for you all, because so often we pick up the mic and say, come on, let's go, we got to get going, and only then does somebody say, oh, wait, now that you're on the track, do we have an ambulance? So, horsemen, you're very patient, and we appreciate it. We'll try to do a better job of checking before we make those announcements in the future. Want to say thank you to Richard Finn, because Richard was very kind. He heard us talk about the qualifier, and Richard, we apologize because we told you the track was hot. We were going to go racing, and we saw you. You cleared the track. So thank you for your cooperation, and we apologize for the miscommunication there. So Richard said, look, while we're waiting, I'm going to go ahead and warm up, and we don't blame him. So right now, horsemen, the track is currently open. The two pacers for the qualifier are over on the backstretch. One's over at the entry to the far turn, and the other is at the end of the back straightaway. But the racetrack is currently open because, again, we are still waiting for the ambulance and crew. Ambulance and crew are now present on the grounds, and we will be getting underway with the qualifier in just a moment. Because of the fact that Richard Finn was extremely cooperative and very patient with this whole situation, our stewards told Richard as he went by the stands, they said, look, we are ready to go, but go ahead. We want you to finish your warm-up trip, because of the fact that Richard was very cooperative with us. So again, horsemen, we do appreciate all of you, and we apologize sometimes. We know things can get a little confusing, but the main thing is, the good news is, the ambulance is here, and we're just about set to go racing here very shortly. Right now, our starter, Mitch Titus, headed up to the north end of the racetrack, again with his partner, Jerry Young. They will team up today with Jerry at the steering wheel, and Mitch is our official starter. They'll gather these two horses in just a moment for the qualifier. So we'll have the qualifier, then we will have our pre-race ceremonies, and then straight into the purse race portion of the card. And we'll take a look at all the changes in just a few moments after all of that activity is complete. So Richard Finn has completed his warm-up trip. Again, Richard, thank you so much. Very kind and very cooperative, and we do thank you. And right now we are ready for this qualifier. The starting gate is in place over at the 3/4 mile mark. You ever notice how the thoroughbred folks, they will call that the quarter pole? They always measure it from the finish line back. They count backwards. Harness racing's different because of the 1 mile distance. Standard bred, spread for the standard 1 mile distance, so we go forward with our thinking that the quarter pole is the one down in the first turn at the south end of the track, so it's the 3/4 mile mark up at the far turn, and that's where the starting gate is positioned. By the way, if you love good horse racing, no matter what the breed, did you realize today marks 50 years ago that Secretariat won the Belmont by 31 lengths? That was 1973 on June the 9th. Probably about the time we're wrapping up today will be just about the exact moment that he was going that journey. It was around 4:38, 4:40 Central Time. That's right. Well done. Chick Anderson was the race caller for CBS. He's moving like a tremendous machine. Here they come for the qualifier. Two horses on the gate, Fox Valley Venice, Coach Blakester from the Avenatti and Miller stables, respectively. And Mitch and Jerry send these pair on their way. There goes Fox Valley Venice out for the early lead, and Coach Blakester comes away in the second position as they work their way down into that first turn on the south end of the racetrack under the watchful eye of the horseman perched near the draw gate and atop that outside concrete retaining wall. It is Fox Valley Venice who shows the way. First time that either one of these 2-year-olds has seen the starting gate. The Illinois bred Fox Valley Venice is the leader by 3 lengths going by the quarter, and Coach Blakester, the New York sired horse, is racing in second as they go by. 30 flat. Good opening quarter. Nice, solid, honest pace. 30 seconds flat for this pair of 2-year-olds heading up the backstretch. Fox Valley Venice was a $9,000 yearling purchase at the Land of Lincoln sale last year, and Coach Blakester a $23,000 yearling purchase last year. So this pair now, they're lined up nose to tail, a length separating this pair as they approach the half-mile mark here at Duquoin. And Fox Valley Venice continues to show the way. Fox Valley Venice, Wyatt Avenatti, co-owner and driver, his dad David the trainer. 101 and 1 for the first half mile, 101 and a fifth. And then you've got Coach Blakester from the Kevin Miller barn for Lohman Racing in that second position. Heading around the final turn they go, and it is still Fox Valley Venice who shows the way. Fox Valley Venice, Wyatt Avenatti opening up here, 4 lengths to the good now, just a quarter mile to go, and Coach Blakester still travels in the second position as they go to the top of the stretch. 129 and 2, the time at the 3/4, 129 and 2. Fox Valley Venice is the leader, and Coach Blakester is still second. That's the way they have been, this pair of juveniles, since the very start. Fox Valley Venice has led every step of the way. Coach Blakester has been lined up right behind him all the way, and both of these 2-year-olds will go a fine journey here. First time ever to see the starting gate, and at the wire, it is Fox Valley Venice who wins it by a length. Coach Blakester was right there with him in second. Time for the mile, 1:57 and 3. 1 minute 57 and 3/5 seconds. So good last quarter and 28 and a fifth. They rolled on home, and those 2-year-olds both look like they've got a future. So the qualifying race is in the books, and in that race, Fox Valley Venice was the winner. Coach Blakester was the runner-up. The opening quarter in 30 seconds flat. The first half mile was 101 and a fifth. 3/4, 129 and 2/5, and the time for the mile, 1 minute 57 and 3/5 seconds. Good last half, 56 and 2. Last quarter, 28 and 1, and it reads down 1-2. Congratulations to owners Wyatt Avenatti of Crispin, his grandfather Earl Avenatti of Clinton, Indiana, trainer David Avenatti, driver Wyatt Avenatti. The winning 2-year-old filly is by Some Star Somewhere out of vast majority Hanover by Badlands Hanover, bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds in Sherman, Illinois. Want to double check and make sure that our audio technician Brad Martin is set to go. And if Brad's all set, he says, yes, he is. All right. I knew you'd be there. I shouldn't even ask. Thank you, Brad. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Duquoin State Fairgrounds for Suburban Downs at Duquoin. We'll take a look at the early program changes in just a moment. First, we ask that you would please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
World so
Thank you, one and all. Good to have you with us here today. A big thank you to our veterans for your service to our country, and we appreciate that so much, so we can gather here and enjoy our freedoms and have fun racing at the Duquoin State Fairgrounds. Horsemen come to the track with that first race: Rocket Party, Mr. Sleaze, Mystic Revenge, Fox Valley Landon, Super Taco. There are no changes in that first race today. In the second race, the only change to note is a correction in the second race regarding medication. Number 4, Luz Dobb, receives Lasix on a regular basis. He had Lasix in both of those most recent starts at Springfield, and again, Luz Dobb will receive Lasix here today. No changes in the third race. Turning to race 4. Fourth race, driver change. Number 4, Tricks After Dark. It'll be Cordarius Stewart. That's in the fourth race. Number 4, Tricks After Dark. Cordarius Stewart is the driver. Race 5. Driver change on the 4, Brooks Ocean. That'll be Cordarius Stewart. Again, that's race 5. Number 4, Brooks Ocean, make the driver Cordarius Stewart. Sixth race, Scratch, number 7, E.L. Bray Bray. That's it, race 6, Scratch the 7, E.L. Bray Bray. Reason listed as personal. Driver change on number 5, You Ain't No Fool, make it Jamal Denson. Again, that's race 6, number 5. You Ain't No Fool, make the driver Jamal Denson. Seventh race. Driver of number 7, Mingo, is Cordarius Stewart. That's the 7th race. The driver of number 7, Mingo, is Cordarius Stewart. 8th race. Driver of number 3, Jerry Sue, Cordarius Stewart. That's the 8th race. Number 3, Jerry Sue. The driver is Cordarius Stewart. 10th race. In race 10, the driver of number 1, Char the Star, Cordarius Stewart. He's picking up a lot of work today, isn't he? 10th race, number 1, Char the Star. A very busy Cordarius Stewart will be the driver. And please note, there's also a driver change on the 8, Hawkeye Dewey, and that'll be J.D. Lewis. Number 8, Hawkeye Dewey, J.D. Lewis. Race 11. Scratch the 1, She's Self-Contained. That's race 11, Scratch the 1, She's Self-Contained. Reason, transportation. Reason for that scratch, transportation. No changes in the 12th, no changes in race 13. And also, judges, I should ask before I say anything further, there are a few horses listed also eligible. Can we officially announce that they are not going to make it into the race? Just wanted to make sure. Okay. You will notice, folks, a couple of races have also eligibles. You can scratch a line through those horses' names. They will not be competing. Although, I will say this, some of you veteran horsemen taught me years ago that if you want to be technically correct, you simply say they did not draw into the race. The old-time veteran horseman will tell you that only if you were drawn into the main body of the race and then withdrew, only then was it really called properly a scratch. So we'll just say that those AE horses, the also eligibles, they did not draw into the race. We like to be accurate. Also, Brad Martin, if you would be so kind as to push the pedestrian crossover gate shut for us there, we appreciate that just in the interest of safety. Thank you. We just had a question, and it's a good question from Kyle Houston about parading to the post. And what we will do, horsemen, we will gather the fields down there in the first turn of the racetrack. Then you will parade past the stands. You will come out of the first turn, parade past the stands, heading up toward the head of the stretch, and go right on to the starting gate. And we say that because the first race, starters are out. Horses are on the racetrack. Is the half-mile track available today for warm-up miles? Okay, just a reminder, horsemen, if you're not used to racing at Duquoin, there is also a half-mile training track with an all-weather surface that is located not far from where you are stabled today on the south end of the property. So just a reminder, we know things get kind of chaotic as we get underway, and we've got a lot of races today, and we sympathize. We know a lot of you have warm-up miles for horses racing later in the card, but if you want to avoid the confusion of, hey, is the track hot? Is it cold? Do they have a race going to the gate? Do they not? We invite you to use the half-mile track as you continue today with your warm-up miles. Here comes the post parade past the stands, and they are headed on to the starting gate from here for race one. Illinois conceived and foaled 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings that are non-winners of $50,000 lifetime. No changes in the first. Number one is Rocket Party, owned by Ron Knupp. He's from Southern Illinois, from Anna down in Union County. The trainer, Roshan Trigg, the driver, Jamal Denson. Two, Mr. Sleaze, owned by the Ingle Stable of Illinois, LLC of Northbrook of Marty Ingle, trained by Irv Miller, the driver, Cordarius Stewart. Number three, Mystic Revenge, owned by Latoya Hewlett of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, J.D. Lewis in the bike. Number four, Fox Valley Landon, is owned by David Brigham of Concord, Michigan, Kyle Houston of Altamont, Illinois, John Schwartz Jr. of Wooddale, the trainer, Amy Houston, the driver, Kyle Houston. And number five, Super Taco, owned by Carlos Santos of Springfield, trained by Dossie Minor, and the driver is Juan Franco. Again, no changes in the first race. They're headed to the gate. And again, our thanks to the horsemen. We have some of the most alert, heads-up horsemen in this Illinois colony. Just like when Kyle Houston said, look, I'll do whatever you want me to do, guys, but what are we doing here? Which way are we parading? Are we going bottom of the stretch to the top, top to the bottom? That was a good heads-up question, and we appreciate it. And again, horsemen, what we will do throughout the day, once the horses are all on the track for a given race, you will gather down in that first turn near the area where you are stabled. We will form the post parade there. We'll work our way up this home stretch past the stands and just keep right on going all the way to the top of the home stretch, right to the starting gate. One horse completing a warm-up trip, which is right now down in the south turn, the first turn of the racetrack. Turns 1 and 2, as the motorsports people would call it. We usually just call it the first turn or the lower turn. And then up at the north end, what the car racing folks would call turns 3 and 4. We just call it the far turn or the upper turn. Okay, track is now clear, and we are ready to go with race one, the first purse race for a nice purse here. Good purse money. A lot of folks have been talking about that. This is a good program. Some good money up for grabs here. $10,600. Don't forget, if you have friends who cannot be here in person today, send them a text message or give them a call and remind them they can watch online. Simply go to youtube.com. In the search field, just enter Trot and Pace Marketing, and then that will pull up the Trot and Pace Marketing channel. And Don is their videographer and technician and engineer. He has to fulfill all the roles. You know, some folks in broadcasting are videographers or camera people. Some folks are producers. Some are directors. Some are engineers. Well, guess what? Don gets to fulfill all of those roles. He's wearing a lot of hats here today. He's positioned at the stand way up high, right almost up to the roof line of the grandstand, high above the start-finish line. They are at the post, gates rolling, race one. By the way, thank you, John Huddleston. He came across the track and hand-delivered a piece of memorabilia from the old First National Bank in my hometown of Altamont, Illinois. Very thoughtful, John. I appreciate that very, very much. Here they come, first race. They are off and pacing, and there goes Rocket Party out for the early lead. Jamal Denson fires right out with Rocket Party. Mr. Sleaze comes away in second position. Fox Valley Landon is out racing in third up on the outside. And then Mystic Revenge is fourth against the rail. They all go single file now along the inside lane with Super Taco last of the five. And there goes Mr. Sleaze. Mr. Sleaze moves up on the outside and takes the lead just before the quarter-mile mark and leads it by a length. Rocket Party now gives up the lead and is second past the quarter, and then Fox Valley Landon. 30 and 2/5 seconds for the opening quarter, 30 and 2/5 seconds. It is Mr. Sleaze who shows the way up the backstretch and leads it by just one length. Fox Valley Landon looked like he was going to come to the outside there for a moment from third, but now thinks better of it. Rocket Party fends off that challenge for now. Rocket Party is still there in second. Further back, you've got Mystic Revenge, who is in the fourth position, and Super Taco is fifth and last, but right there with the rest as they are halfway home in today's opener. Mr. Sleaze is the leader, leading Rocket Party and Fox Valley Landon. 102-4 was the time. 102-4 was the time for that first half mile. Mr. Sleaze with Fox Valley Landon now gearing up on the outside. And Fox Valley Landon goes from third to second and now takes the lead after 5/8 of a mile, moving midway on the far turn. Fox Valley Landon opening up by 3 lengths. Mr. Sleaze is second. Rocket Party is in third. And then Mystic Revenge and Super Taco as they go by the three-quarter. 1:30 flat was the time. 1 minute, 30 seconds flat at the three-quarters. Fox Valley Landon is the leader. Mr. Sleaze second, and 3 lengths between that pair. Rocket Party, Mystic Revenge, Super Taco is at the back. Rocket Party tries to move late toward the outside, but Fox Valley Landon has a 3-length lead, and Deep Stretch has it by 4, by 5. Fox Valley Landon, Kyle Houston to win the opener. Suburban Downs at Duquoin this afternoon. Fox Valley Landon won it by 8 lengths. And then it was Mr. Sleaze hanging on for second over Rocket Party, who was third. Super Taco was fourth, and Mystic Revenge was fifth. Time for the mile, 1 minute 55 and 4/5 seconds. 1:55 and 4 last quarter in 25 and 4/5 seconds. And our head timer, Mark Brown, he looked at his watch and he turned to our stewards. He said, "Guys, did you get the same thing I'm getting here?" And everybody nodded their head and said, "Yes, that was a blistering last quarter." Last quarter in 25 and 4, mile and 1:55 and 4. Horseman, quick reminder, we are using Victory Lane here today. We do have Denise Titus as our Winter Circle photographer. Courtesy vehicle is available. It's parked right now at the draw gate to help shuttle folks to and from the stable area for these Winter Circle photographs. And a reminder, horseman, each winner today needs to report for post-race testing. Each winning horse, post-race testing over at the temporary stabling area. There is a small area with some portable stalls that is set up right near the racing office. And our first winner of the day, taking position down trackside here in the home stretch. How about a hand for number 4, Fox Valley Landon? Fox Valley Landon, owned by David Brigham of Concord, Michigan, co-owned by driver Kyle Houston of Altamont. His wife Amy is the trainer. John Schwartz Jr. of Wooddale also owns an interest in this horse. 3-year-old gelded son of Some Star Somewhere, Fox Valley Landon. Out of Uzi's Finale by Badlands, Hanover. The winner bred by the Fox Valley Standardbreds in Sherman, Illinois. What a last half. 53 seconds for the last half and a last quarter, and 25-4. Track conditioning equipment working its way down the inside lanes toward the start-finish line. Just a heads up, folks. Kyle, congratulations. 155-4. Kyle Houston looked up and he said, hey, one more time, how fast did we go? And we said 155-4, and he just smiled and nodded his head because he knows Fox Valley Landon rolled home really well in that last half and that last quarter. Well, here's the full field rundown. It's official from that first race. From the top, Rocket Party was third. Mr. Sleaze was the runner-up. Mystic Revenge 5, Fox Valley Landon 1, and Super Taco 4. The quarter in 30 and 2/5, the half in 102 and 4 3/4 in 130. The time for the mile, 1 minute 55 and 4/5 seconds. It reads down 3:25.14. Second race is coming up. Come to the track with Just Another Bag. EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane, Rain and Shine, Lose Dobb, and Anna's Lucky Star. Come to the track, please.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Horses are on the track for race 2, so horsemen, you may gather your field down in the first turn and form your post parade. Horses are on the track for race 2, the open trot. There are no scratches and no driver changes. The only note is one as concerns medication. A reminder, number 4, Luz Dobb, receives Lasix on a regular basis. Had Lasix on May 23rd, in addition to that May 18th start, both at Springfield, and receives Lasix again today. Quite a lineup. You've got Rain and Shine, who's a reigning Illinois State Fair champion. You've got Luz Dobb, who's the reigning divisional champion, 3-year-old trotting Colder Gelding from last season. You've got Anna's Lucky Star, who has won multiple Illinois State Fair championships and multiple divisional titles. And then the 2 horses that score from the inside, I mean, they've got combined earnings of close to $150,000, and both have records below 2 minutes. So should make for a fun field, just what you would expect with an open trot. $12,300 on the line. We'll go ahead and meet the starters. Number 1 is Just Another Bag, owned by Austin Perryman of Chrisman, trained by her father, David Avenatti. The driver is Wyatt Avenatti. Number 2, EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane, owned and trained by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, Cornelius Cavett in the bike. Number 3, Rain and Shine, owned by Carol and Diane Hayes of Williamsville, trained by Carol Hayes. Jamaica Patton is the driver. Number 4 is Luz Dobb, owned by the Flacco family farms of Alexis, of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco and Rick and Tabby Flacco, owned also by All Right Racing LLC of Morton, of Bill and Maddie Wright and Craig and Jordan Wright, trained by Steve Searle. The driver is Casey Leonard. And number 5 is Anna's Lucky Star, owned by Danny Graham of Salem, trained by Nelson Willis. The driver, Juan Franco. Headed to the gate for race 2. Horsemen, stand by with race 3. Stand by with that third race. Looking ahead, a late driver change later today for race 10. In race 10, please note that the driver of the 2, Go Max Go, will be Jordan Patton. Race 10, number 2, Go Max Go, the driver, Jordan Patton. Right now, it's race 2 on the track. They have reached the far turn. A field of 5 trotters approaching the starting gate. These 5 with 105 combined wins and $1.1 million in earnings. Starter Mitch Titus calls for the field, race 2. They are at the post, and the gate is rolling. Number 5, Anna's Lucky Star, a homebred for owner Danny Graham, who named that trotting mare after his granddaughter, who was a student athlete not far from here during her high school days. Good softball player, if memory serves. I believe went to high school in West Frankfort, not too awfully far from where we are here today. So Anna's Lucky Star, it's always fun if you put the name of a loved one or family member on a horse and it works out and the horse does well, and worked out very well, in this case, Anna's Lucky Star. But she faces a tough lineup here today. Let's see what happens. Here they come, race 2. Rain and Shine is off stride. The rest are off and trotting. Just Another Bag is out for the early lead. Anna's Lucky Star is there from the far outside, and Lose Dobb in between that pair as they swing into the first turn. Just Another Bag has the lead. Lose Dobb, then Anna's Lucky Star to the far outside. EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane is fourth down toward the inside, and then a gap of nearly 20 more lengths. Rain and Shine trails after breaking stride as they were coming down for the start of the race. It is Just Another Bag who shows the way, and Lose Dobb drops over along the rail in second. EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane is racing in third. 29 flat the time for the opening quarter, 29 seconds flat. Anna's Lucky Star is fourth for the move up the backstretch, and then Rain and Shine now starting to catch up to the field after that early mistake. She's fifth, but she is now catching up with the rest. So these five are now all lined up single file as they go on down toward the halfway point. Just Another Bag is the leader by a length. Lose Dobb is racing in second. EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane third. Anna's Lucky Star in fourth, and then Rain and Shine, who is fifth, but right there now as they go on to the far turn. A minute 1/5 was the time for the opening half mile, and they go to the final turn with Just Another Bag leading Lose Dobb by a length. EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane is still there, but still in third position. Anna's Lucky Star now comes to the outside from the fourth spot, and Rain and Shine last of the five, and here comes Lose Dobb. Reigning Illinois champion Lose Dobb draws alongside of Just Another Bag, then EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane, Anna's Lucky Star, and Rain and Shine swinging wide from the back of the pack as they race on by the three-quarter. 1:30 flat was the time at the three-quarter mile mark. 1:30 flat. Lose Dobb moving up on the outside to take a narrow lead from Just Another Bag. Lose Dobb has the advantage. Just Another Bag fights back to the inside. Anna's Lucky Star still trying to get going to the far outside. She's still third, but coming late. Lose Dobb is the leader. Lose Dobb, Anna's Lucky Star, Just Another Bag. Here's Anna's Lucky Star. Oh, that's close. That's a photo for the win. Either Anna's Lucky Star or Lose Dobb. It'll be one of those two. They hit the wire just noses apart. We'll check with our photo finish technician, Emma Schrock, and find out in just a moment. Time for the mile, 1 minute 58 and 1/5 seconds. 1:58 and 1. Photo finish. While we are waiting for result of that photo, horsemen, you may come to the track with race 3. Third race, Flying Marvin, Not Me Graham, Dash Around, King of My Heart, Giddy Up, Holding Steady, Fox Valley Gemini to the track. In the photo, the winner by a nose, number 5, Anna's Lucky Star. Very tight photo, but there was just by the smallest of margins. Just enough difference that stewards were able to determine that Anna's Lucky Star, number 5, got her nose to the wire just a scant inch or so in front of number 4, Lose Dobb. Now returning in front of the stands, here is the winner by the slimmest of margins and scoring career win number 58. How about a hand for Anna's Lucky Star? Congratulations to owner breeder Danny Graham of Salem, trainer Nelson Willis, driver Juan Franco. Hugs and a lot of smiles down there on the home stretch of the racetrack near the start-finish line. Anna's Lucky Star approaching $640,000 in career earnings. One of the all-time great Illinois trotting mares of any era, Anna's Lucky Star, a 9-year-old daughter of Cassis out of Queen Jamie by Can't Be Jimmy. And I know that this has meant a lot over the years to Danny Graham, not only because of the fact that this mare has been so good, but again because he named her for his granddaughter. Again, she grew up here in southern Illinois, not far from Duquoin. And of course, Danny Graham's late father, Herman Graham Jr., Sonny Graham, raced the dam of that trotting mare. So a very special mare for a lot of reasons to the Graham family. Stewards, are we official here with this rundown? Thank you. Our stewards today, Randy Callahan and Jim Austin. From the top of the page, Just Another Bag finished 3. EM's Roscoe P. Coltrane 5. Rain and Shine finished 4. Lou's Daub, the runner-up, and Anna's Lucky Star, the winner. The quarter, 29 flat. The half in a minute and a fifth. 3/4 in 1:30. Time for the mile, 1:58 and 1. Reads down, 3:54.21. Folks, I don't know about you, but I was skeptical. I thought with a 16th to go, I don't think Anna's Lucky Star is going to get there. But then she kicked in, and Juan Franco had it timed just right. That's why he drives them, and I don't. Third race is coming up. There are no changes in this third event.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate. We've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Tanner Saltzgaber, the owners of the 4, King of My Heart. Again, horsemen, come to the track, please. Third race. King of My Heart had been on the racetrack but has returned to the stable area for equipment repair and should rejoin the field in just a moment. Waiting for the return of number 4, King of My Heart. And then we'll be set to go. Last horse is coming to the track. Horses are on the track and parading to the post for race 3 for a purse of $14,000. The Illinois Conceived and Foaled Open Pace. Number 1 is Flying Marvin. No changes, by the way. Number 1 is Flying Marvin, owned, trained, and driven by Jacob Radel of Edgewood. 2, Not Me Graham, owned by Kyle Houston of Altamont. Viva Las Vegas Racing LLC of Plainfield of Michael and Nicole Brinchevsky, owned also by Chris Norder of Troy. The trainer Amy Houston, the driver Matt Kruger. 3, Dash Around, owned by Clark and Kay and Elizabeth Fairley of Lerna, Charleston, and Lerna, trained and driven by Clark Fairley. 4, King of My Heart, owned now by Wyatt Lane and David Avenatti of Crispin. Tanner Saltzgaver from Fisher, the trainer David Avenatti, the driver Wyatt Avenatti. Number 5, Giddy Up, owned by David Brigham of Concord, Michigan, Kyle Houston of Altamont, John Schwartz Jr. of Wooddale, Illinois. The trainer is Amy Houston, the driver Kyle Houston. 6, Holden Steady is owned by Matt and Ray Rodriguez of Aurora, trained by Matt Rodriguez, the driver Travis Seekman. And number 7, Fox Valley Gemini, owned by Jim Ballinger of Atwater up in Macoupin County, the trainer Terry Leonard, the driver Casey Leonard. Headed to the gate, 3rd race. Horsemen stand by in the stable area with race 4, 4th race, stand by. Talked about the fact that the Avenatti stable is here racing a lot of horses today, and we received word that this is the 34th wedding anniversary for David and Karen Avenatti. So to David and Karen, a happy 34th anniversary. Number of horses in this race have raced here on this Magic Mile at Duquoin with success in the past. They include Giddy Up, number 5, winner as a 2-year-old a couple of seasons back of the Governor's Cup right here at the Duquoin State Fair. Some of you might remember that day. Governor Pritzker was here on hand and shook hands with the winning connections and driver Kyle Houston and presented that trophy. Also, Fox Valley Gemini. There's a horse who, as you well know, former Horse of the Year. In fact, he won 3 consecutive Illinois Horse of the Year titles. He makes career start number 109 today. First time, however, that he's ever raced at Duquoin. We went to the ustrotting.com website and to their archive database known as Pathway, and we pulled up and we scanned every year that horse has raced, and we were surprised that Fox Valley Gemini had never raced at Duquoin until today. Here they come, race 3. They are off and pacing. There goes King of My Heart out for the early lead. Not Me Graham is right there toward the inside. Giddy Up comes away, racing in third. Fox Valley Gemini is a wide fourth heading into the first turn. Flying Marvin fifth. Dash Around is in sixth position. And then Holding Steady, who's last of the 7 as they race on toward the quarter. Giddy Up is still parked, no room at the rail, so Giddy Up moves up, and Fox Valley Gemini will move with cover behind him. Has lost the cover now because Giddy Up has the lead clear and drops over to the rail right at the quarter-mile mark, and that leaves Fox Valley Gemini to move up in 28 and 3 to take the lead. 28 and 3/5 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. 28 and 3. Out of the backstretch, Fox Valley Gemini clear with the lead. He now leads it by a length. Giddy Up is racing along in the second position. And then you've got King of My Heart, who is in third spot. And then comes Not Me Graham in fourth. Flying Marvin is in the fifth position. And now a move from the back of the pack as Holding Steady moves up one spot from last around the outside of Dash Around, who shuffled to last. 58 and 2 rather for that first half mile. 58 and 2/5 seconds. Fox Valley Gemini is the leader by a length around the far turn, and Giddy Up is still there in second, a length and a half, and is followed by King of My Heart, who is still in third position, just over a quarter mile to go. Not Me Graham is fourth toward the inside. Holding Steady fifth, then Flying Marvin is sixth, and Dash Around last of 7, moving by the 3/4 mile mark, and Fox Valley Gemini is the leader. 1:27 and 2 was the time. 1:27 and 2. Here comes Giddy Up to the outside, and then King of My Heart to the center of the racetrack is in third position. Not Me Graham, extreme outside, is in fourth. They've all got to catch Fox Valley Gemini. Giddy Up is coming after the leader on the outside. King of My Heart is in third. Fox Valley Gemini fights for his life. Giddy Up is second. Gemini turning back to challenge, and Fox Valley Gemini wins it by 3/4 of a length. Giddy Up was across the line in second position, and then further back it was King of My Heart in third, and Not Me Graham was fourth. 1:55 flat was the time. 1 minute 55 seconds. And folks, we say that Fox Valley Gemini was in a fight for his life. Let's rephrase that. He was under assault, you might say, but Casey Leonard was pretty chilly in the bike when they came across the wire. He really, I don't think Casey ever had any doubt that that horse was going to win. Drove him with a ton of confidence, and why not when you're driving a 3-time Horse of the Year? We'll recap it. We'll meet the winner in just a moment. Horseman, you may come to the track for the 4th race. Our winning connections just about to move trackside. We see not only the Ballinger family, also see Maureen Leonard. Maureen, good to have you with us here today at the Duquoin State Fairgrounds. Is Casey, is he always that calm, cool, and collected? She says no, not always. Well, we were talking during the stretch drive there about all the horses coming after Fox Valley Gemini, and when they got to our feet, Casey, I mean, he had a stoic facial expression. He was absolutely fully confident in this horse against a very good field of horses here today. Folks, this horse, another that has been one of the best, not only of this era, but of any era for Illinois. That is win number 56. And guess what? Today he goes over the $700,000 mark in earnings. How about a hand for Fox Valley Gemini? Congratulations to Jim Ballinger, who's trackside, along with brother Bob. They hail from, Jim is from up at Atwater, and of course Bob makes his home in nearby Carlinville. The Macoupin County gang is trackside, and Casey Leonard drives for trainer Terry Leonard, his father. Fox Valley Gemini, 8-year-old gelded son of Yankee Skyscaper out of Epona by Cole Muffler, the second winner on the purse portion of the card, bred by the Fox Valley Standard Breds. Not only is Jim Ballinger a guy that owns one heck of a nice racehorse, Jim Ballinger has one of the best antique collections in the state of Illinois. I know a lot of you will collect Coca-Cola memorabilia. Jim has some really good Pepsi memorabilia. He's got some old cone top cans and some old bottles that have Pepsi logos on them that are really difficult to find. And Jim, I always have admired that antique collection. I think we all admire that racehorse right there. Congratulations, sir. Well done. Judges, are we official? They say we are, so here's the full field rundown for that third race. From the top, Flying Marvin was 7th. Not Me Graham was 4th. Dash Around 6th. King of My Heart finished 3. Giddy Up, the runner-up. Hold and Steady 5, and Fox Valley Gemini, the winner. The quarter, 28 and 3. The half in 58 and 2. 3 quarters, 1 minute, 27 and 2/5 seconds, and the time for the mile was 1:55 flat. Reads down 7:46, 3:25.1 as Fox Valley Gemini wins in his first ever Duquoin race. The fourth race is coming up. A reminder, the driver of number 4, Tricks After Dark, is Cordarius Stewart. In fact, here comes number 4 right now, about to pass the stands. Please note, number 4, Tricks After Dark, the driver, Cordarius Stewart.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
And just a heads up, okay, here comes Denise Titus. And our winner circle photographer is Denise Titus. And here she comes now. Jim Ballinger, I think, would like to order finished print. He's going to order 5, is that what he said? So Denise is about to do some serious business down trackside, and Mr. Ballinger is getting ready to place that order for 5 finished prints of that winner's circle photo. Horses are on the track for race 4. Post parade forming up down in the first turn of the racetrack. Fillies and mares, maiden pacers, non-winners of one race lifetime for a purse of $6,500. No scratches. A reminder, the driver of the 4 Tricks After Dark is Cordarius Stewart. Cordarius Stewart drives the 4. Let's meet the starters. Number 1 is Augusta Satin, owned by Tony Simone of Willow Springs, David McCaffrey of Bird Ridge, Joseph McCaffrey of Davenport, Iowa, and also owned by trainer Clark Fairley of Lerna, the driver Travis Siekman. 2, All I Need is a Miracle, owned by the Megan Rogers Racing Stables Incorporated of Chicago, trained by Nelson Willis, the driver Casey Leonard. 3, Slim's Final Filly, owned by Jesse Judy of Potomac, Walk on Water Acres LLC of Richard and Bethany Finn of Beecher, trained by Richard Finn, and Richard's in the bike. Number 4, Tricks After Dark, owned by the Flacco Family Farms LLC of Alexis, of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco, and Rick and Tabby Flacco, co-owned by trainer Jill Brown of Charleston. A reminder, the driver is Cordarius Stewart. Number 5, Paradise Tomorrow, owned by Kevin and Daryl Daryl Miller of Arthur, Glenn Otto of Arthur, Brian Lohman of Broadlands, trained by Kevin Miller, the driver Wyatt Avenetti. Number 6, Delicate Thoughts, is owned by Brian and Candy Herzog of Beecher City, the trainer Freddie Patton Jr., the driver Jordan Patton. And number 7, That's Cash, owned by Thomas Lollinger of Platteville, Wisconsin, the trainer Jamaica Patton, the driver is Jamal Denson. Headed to the starting gate for today's 4th race. Horsemen stand by in the stable area with race 5. You are on deck. Stand by with race 5. Our racing office administrator, Tina Schrock, is in the grandstand. She's standing down front on the walkway in front of the lower level seats. And again, if you need a copy of the track program, she still has a few available for $1 a piece. So if you need a track program, raise your hand, and Tina will be happy to sell you a copy of today's track program. Starter Mitch Titus calls for the field here in today's 4th race. Fillies and mares, maidens, getting set to go here at the Duquoin State Fairgrounds on a picture-perfect day for racing. And they are at the post for the 4th race. The gate's rolling. Here they come. They are off and pacing, and there goes Delicate Thoughts out for the lead. That's Cash, has early speed to the far outside. Augustus Satin is there down toward the inside. Augustus Satin has a head in front. There goes Delicate Thoughts moving by. Delicate Thoughts is now the leader by a length around the first turn. That's Cash moves up in second. Augustus Satin is now shuffled back into third. All I Need is a Miracle is racing in fourth. Paradise Tomorrow is in fifth. Tricks After Dark is racing in sixth, and Slim's Final Filly is last of the 7 as they go on by the quarter. That's Cash, the new leader. 29 and 2. The time for the opening quarter, 29 and 2 fifth seconds. That's Cash. Leads it by a length. Delicate Thoughts goes second, heading up the backstretch. Augustus Satin is racing in the third position. And then All I Need is a Miracle is in fourth as they approach the half-mile mark. Further back, Paradise Tomorrow in fifth. Tricks After Dark is sixth, and Slim's Final Filly is still last of the 7 as they're halfway home here in race 4. It is That's Cash who shows the way and continues to lead Delicate Thoughts by a length. A minute and 3/5 for the first half mile. A minute and 3/5. Augustus Satin in good striking position third, and now here comes Augustus Satin to the outside. Starts moving up from that third spot, a length and a half off the lead. All I Need is a Miracle will move up on the outside behind her in fourth. Paradise Tomorrow is back in fifth. Tricks After Dark is sixth, and Slim's Final Filly is seventh as they go to the 3/4 mile mark. Augustus Satin takes the lead now, but here comes All I Need is a Miracle, a length and a half behind her in second. That's Cash third. 1:30 and 3/5 at the 3/4. 1:30 and 3/5. Delicate Thoughts looks toward the outside in fourth. Here's All I Need is a Miracle coming after Augustus Satin. Augustus Satin inside. All I Need is a Miracle is there to the outside and taking a narrow lead and deep stretch, followed by Delicate Thoughts in third position. All I Need is a Miracle has the lead. A length and a half, 2 lengths clear. All I Need is a Miracle wins it by 3 lengths on the line. Delicate Thoughts was up for second. Augustus Satin third. And then That's Cash was fourth back toward the inside, followed across the wire by Paradise Tomorrow, who was fifth toward the outside. Tricks After Dark was sixth, and Slim's Final Filly was seventh. 1:58 and 2. 1 minute, 58 and 2/5 seconds. Your unofficial winner, number 2, All I Need is a Miracle. Horseman, you may come to the track with race 5. Returning in front of the stands, the winner of race 4, number 2, All I Need is a Miracle, with Casey Leonard, the driver. That is 2 wins today for Casey Leonard. That is also 2 wins for the trainer, Nelson Willis. All I Need is a Miracle is owned and bred by the Megan Rogers Racing Stables. The stable is based in Chicago. This 3-year-old filly, being by Lazarus, is Pennsylvania sired out of Rock and Roll Meg by Rock and Roll Hanover. 1 start a year ago, season's debut here today, and All I Need is a Miracle is the winner. 1:58 and 2, a driving double for Casey Leonard. Here's the full field rundown for that 4th race. From the top, Augusta Satin was 3rd. All I Need is a Miracle was the winner. Slim's Final Filly 7. Tricks After Dark 6. Paradise Tomorrow 5. Delicate Thoughts was the runner-up. That's Cash finished 4. The quarter, 29 and 2. The half in 1 minute, 3/5. 3 quarters, 1 minute, 30 and 3/5 seconds. And the time for the mile, 1:58 and 2. Reads down 3:17, 6:524. Race 5 is on the way. The open pace for fillies and mares for a purse of $12,300. A reminder, the driver of the 4, Brooks Ocean, Cordarius Stewart. Number 4, Brooks Ocean, the driver, Cordarius Stewart. Horsemen, come to the track.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Again, horsemen, come to the track, please. Race 5. Horses are on the track for race 5, the Open for pacing fillies and mares. No scratches. A reminder about the driver change on the 4. Brooks Ocean. That'll be Cordarius Stewart. Let's meet the starters. Number 1 is Skeeter Machine, owned by Jim Greer of Peoria, trained by Nick Prather, the driver Travis Siegman. Number 2, Frisky Jolie, owned by Sarah Potts of Grant Park, trained by Steve Searle. The driver is Juan Franco. 3 is Dune Dame, owned by the Scorpio Stable of Davenport, Iowa, of David and Joseph McCaffrey, owned by Franklin Anderson of Rockford, owned by Terry Leonard of Harvard. The trainer is Terry Leonard and the driver Casey Leonard. 4 is Brooks Ocean, owned by Todd Weinman of Carrollton, owned by Michelle and Raymond Morgan of Carrollton, trained by Michelle Morgan, the driver Cordarius Stewart. Number 5 is Southern Panda, owned by Mike Davison of Annapolis, Gary Crumrun of West Union, trained by Chad Cook, the driver Wyatt Avenetti. And 6 is Fox Valley Exploit, owned by David Brigham of Concord, Michigan, Kyle Houston of Altamont, Illinois, trained by Amy Houston. The driver is Kyle Houston. Horses headed to the starting gate for race 5. Horsemen, be ready at the barns, please, with the 6th race. Race 6, you are on deck. Race 5 today includes a pair of pacing mares who have had their share of battles right here at the Duquoin State Fair. I think I've had more phone calls during this program than I've ever had in my life. Folks, I apologize. I'm a little busy at the moment. I used to work with an auctioneer, and his dear mother, who's now departed, she would always call him at about 5 after 10 every day when he worked a sale that started at 10 o'clock. But he was always good about answering and saying, yeah, Mom, hang on a minute. And then he would go ahead and take the call. But folks, I apologize. My phone's blowing up. Just don't have time to answer. We got a field of pacers at the post. It's time to enjoy some racing. Started to say Skeeter Machine, the 1, and Fox Valley Exploit, the 6. They've had some good battles here at Duquoin. Skeeter Machine winning in 2021. Exploit getting the better of Skeeter Machine in 22. Now, you throw in these other 4 that line up on the gate. This is a very good field of pacing fillies and mares. Let's see what happens here as they come down for the start. Here they come, race 5. They are off and pacing. Frisky Jolie and Skeeter Machine both have early speed. They go to the front, and they will slug it out all the way down to the first turn. Skeeter Machine has the lead now. Frisky Jolie goes second. There goes Fox Valley Exploit. She moves up third, but she's parked for that first 1/8 of a mile. Dune Dame is racing in 4th. Brooks Ocean is 5th, and Southern Panda last of the 6 as they go on around the south turn and head toward the quarter-mile mark. It is Skeeter Machine who is on top. Skeeter Machine is the leader, but the advantage is just a length and a half. Frisky Jolie is in second. 29-4, the time for the opening quarter. 29 and 4/5 seconds. Fox Valley Exploit is racing in 3rd. Dune Dame is in 4th position. Brooks Ocean is in 5th. And Southern Panda still last of the 6. Single file they go after 3/8 of a mile. And Skeeter Machine shows the way. Skeeter Machine leads it by 2.5 lengths now as they go on by the halfway point. And Frisky Jolie is still there, but still second. Fox Valley Exploit is racing in 3rd. And then Dune Dame travels in 4th. 59 and 3 for the first half mile. 59 and 3/5 seconds. Around the final turn they go. Skeeter Machine is the leader, and she leads it by a length and a half. Here comes Fox Valley Exploit now, and Fox Valley Exploit is moving from third and now taking second. Frisky Jolie shuffled back one spot toward the inside, and then Dune Dame, followed by Brooks Ocean, and a gap of a dozen more lengths back to Southern Panda with a quarter mile to go. Fox Valley Exploit up for the lead. 1:27 and 2, the time at the 3/4. Fox Valley Exploit to the outside has a narrow lead now. And Frisky Jolie will swing out to the center of the track, trying to move from third. And Skeeter Machine has lost ground down toward the inside as Fox Valley Exploit has wrestled the lead away. Fox Valley Exploit leads it by a length and a half from Skeeter Machine. Frisky Jolie on the outside, then Dune Dame toward the rail. Fox Valley Exploit wins it by 3 lengths. Skeeter Machine home second. It was close for third, either Dune Dame or Frisky Jolie. Behind that pair, Brooks Ocean was across the line in fifth, and Southern Panda was sixth. 1:54 and 2 was the time for the 1 mile distance. 1 minute 54 and 2. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 6, please. Come to the track with race 6. Again, the time for the mile, 1 minute 54 and 2/5 seconds. Fox Valley Exploit, 33rd career win. We'll meet her in just a moment. Fox Valley Exploit has been quite a filly. She has been a winner on the Night of Champions card at Hawthorne at age 2, 3, 4, and 5. And now in her 6-year-old season, she's just won for the 4th time this year and the 33rd time in her career. And she has just gone past $450,000 in career earnings. Fox Valley Exploit is owned by David Brigham of Concord, Michigan, co-owned by Kyle Houston of Altamont, trained by Amy Houston. So that's 2 wins today for Mr. Brigham and for Kyle Houston as owner, 2 for Amy Houston as trainer, 2 for Kyle as driver, and 3 wins today for Fox Valley Standardbreds as breeder. We have been treated to a chance today to see a lot of reigning and or former Illinois divisional champions, and here's yet another. Number 6, Fox Valley Exploit. Fox Valley Exploit, yet another victory in 155 or faster for her. Fastest mile so far of the day, 154 and 2. Here is the full field rundown. It's official for race 5. From the top, Skeeter Machine, in a very game effort, did hang on for second. Frisky Jolie was third. Dune Dame finished 4. Brooks Ocean 5. Southern Panda 6. Fox Valley Exploit the winner. 29 and 4 at the quarter, 59 and 3 at the half, 3/4 and 127 and 2, and the mile 1 minute 54 and 2/5 second. Reach down 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. It was quite a last half, and that was one of the reasons Kyle Houston as he was leaving from the winter circle ceremony. The stewards, the racing officials, are very accessible to the horsemen as they come by the stands here along this inside lane of the home stretch. And he yelled up and he said, I want to ask, he said, how much did the first half go? I think that was what he wanted to know. And I know why he was asking, because Kyle knew that had to be a heck of a last half by that pacing mare. Again, the first half was 59-3, and the mile in 154-2. So 54-4, is that set my math correct? Last half in 54 4/5 seconds. Some fantastic horses racing here today, and thanks again to Josh Gross and the entire gang at the Duquoin State Fair, the track crew and the grounds crew and everything for hosting this card today. Thanks again to Suburban Downs at Hawthorne, and also to our friends at Trot and Pace Marketing, teaming up with our friends at the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association to bring you the live coverage. Again, just go to YouTube and in the search field, enter Trot and Pace Marketing. So the Suburban Downs at Duquoin, race day continues. Time for race 6. Now remember, scratch the 7, E.L. Bray Bray. Number 7, E.L. Bray Bray is a scratch. The driver of the 5, You Ain't No Fool, is Jamal Denson. Number 5, You Ain't No Fool, the driver is Jamal Denson. A couple of missing past performance lines in the program, by the way. Number 2, Luz Andiamo, was runner-up in a division of the Downstate Classic Wednesday at Decatur. Number 2, Luz Andiamo, runner-up just 2 days ago in a division of the Downstate Classic at Decatur. And number 5, You Ain't No Fool, won a division of the Downstate Classic in 2:04-3. That's number 5, You Ain't No Fool, coming in off a win that is not reflected perhaps in your track program. You Ain't No Fool was the winner of his division of the Downstate Classic, 2:04-3 for driver Jamal Denson, trainer Roshan Trigg, and owner LaQuentin Schaefers.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Horses are on the track and parading to the post for today's sixth race. Illinois-bred trotters aged 3 and 4 that are non-winners of $50,000 lifetime. Scratch the 7, E.L. Bray Bray. And a reminder, the driver of the 5, You Ain't No Fool, is Jamal Denson. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Loy's Honky Tonk Hero, owned by Jackson Loy of Beecher City, trained by Mike Rogers, the driver, Casey Leonard. 2 is Luz Andiamo, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis. Roshan Trigg of Brandon, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, the driver, J.D. Lewis. 3 is Fox Valley Candor, owned by Kyle Houston of Altamont, John Schwartz Jr. of Wooddale, Viva Las Vegas Racing Stable of Plainfield, and Chris Norder of Troy, trained by Amy Houston, the driver, Kyle Houston. 4 is Fox Valley Shania, owned by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, the Ingle Stable of Illinois of Marty Ingle of Northbrook, and the Mystical Marker Farms of Portage, Indiana, of the Lacombe family, trained by Irv Miller, driver, Cordarius Stewart. 5, You Ain't No Fool, owned by LaQuinton Shavers of Brandon, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg. Contrary to the program, the driver, Jamal Denson. 6, What a Year, owned by Marvin Chandler of Terry, Mississippi, Charles Arthur of Terry, Mississippi, trained by Charles Arthur, driver, Juan Franco. And number 7 is Scratched. They have just reached the starting gate. This lineup includes a pair of fillies who won here last summer at the Duquoin State Fair. The 3 Fox Valley Candor and the 4 Fox Valley Shania, they took separate divisions of the First Lady Stakes for 2-year-old trotting fillies. So a number of you racing fans might remember that August afternoon when those 2 fillies went out and each captured a division of that prestigious Illinois stake. Getting ready to go here in race 6. Report is a change of equipment today for the 2, Luz Andiamo. Contrary to the program, no trotting hobbles today for the 2. Contrary to the program, no trotting hobbles for number 2. We are fortunate this is not a pari-mutuel meet today, because when you start handicapping races and you wait till the last minute to announce an equipment change, that never goes over well, and we understand that. That's perfectly understandable. The betting public, they like to have a little more advance notice of that, but for what it's worth, no trotting hobbles for the 2, Luz Andiamo today. Turning to the gate, getting ready to go, race 6. Horses have reached the starting gate. Starter calls for the field for race 6. The gate is rolling. Number 4, Fox Valley Shania. One of the partners on that horse, Doug Overheiser, New Smyrna Beach, Florida, home of the World Series of Asphalt Racing. If you ever go down to Daytona Beach for Speed Week and for the Daytona 500, a lot of the really hardcore racing fans, they'll make their way over early in the week to the short track in New Smyrna for the World Series of Asphalt. But the folks in the stock car racing world always pronounce it as New Smyrna. They kind of throw an extra syllable in there. But New Smyrna, World Series of Asphalt, that is a fantastic late model showdown right before the Daytona 500 each year. Here they come, race 6. Fox Valley Candor off stride. Fox Valley Candor on a break. The rest are off and trotting. There goes What a Year, firing out for the lead from the far outside. Loy's Honky Tonk Hero is away in the second position. Fox Valley Shania now moves up around the first turn, threads the needle between horses from third into second, but What a Year is going to be the leader. What a Year has made the top and leads it by 2 lengths as Fox Valley Shania will go second past the quarter. Loy's Honky Tonk Hero is racing in the third position as they move by the quarter. Luz Andiamo is in fourth. You Ain't No Fool is fifth. And Fox Valley Candor, the distant trailer after a break. 30 and 1/5, the time for the opening quarter. 30 and 1/5. What a Year is the leader. What a Year is leading it up the backstretch by 2.5 lengths. Fox Valley Shania moving up a closer second at the midpoint of the backstretch, a gap of 3 more lengths to Loy's Honky Tonk Hero, who is racing along in the third position as they're halfway home. Luz Andiamo is a close fourth. You Ain't No Fool is fifth, then a gap of nearly 20 lengths back to Fox Valley Candor, the trailer, after that early break. A minute flat for the first half mile. It was a minute flat. Over to the far turn. What a Year. Leads it for Juan Franco. Leads it by 3 lengths. Here comes Luz Andiamo. Luz Andiamo moves up and takes over the second position now within 2 lengths of the lead as they're midway on the far turn. Fox Valley Shania toward the inside is in third. Still 2 lengths from the front. Quarter mile to go. Gap of 3 more lengths back to Loy's Honky Tonk Hero and You Ain't No Fool. 128 and 2, the time at the 3/4. 128 and 2. What a Year leads it by a length off the far turn. Luz Andiamo comes after the leader from second. Fox Valley Shania third. You Ain't No Fool challenging for fourth on the outside. Luz Andiamo is testing What a Year. What a Year has the lead though. What a Year on top. Fox Valley Shania is in behind horses toward the inside, finding racing room, but they're in deep stretch, and here's the wire. What a Year wins it by 3/4 of a length for Juan Franco. It was Fox Valley Shania home second. Luz Andiamo was third. Loy's Honky Tonk Hero fourth. You Ain't No Fool was fifth. And Fox Valley Candor sixth. 1:56 and 3. 1 minute 56 and 3/5 seconds. Unofficial winner, number 6, What a Year. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 7. Co-owner and trainer Charles Arthur joins us here today at the Duquoin State Fairgrounds. Mr. Arthur, congratulations. Makes his home in Terry, Mississippi, but spends a lot of his time racing with us here in Illinois, and he is smiling as he awaits the return of his trotter, What a Year, number 6, co-owned with Mr. Marvin Chandler of Terry, Mississippi. The breeders, Mary Lee Jeffers and Adele Jeffers Everett. Of course, Mary Lee passed away several months ago and left an impact as one of the leading breeders in Illinois. Charles Arthur, as we mentioned, is the trainer. Juan Franco just scored his second driving win on the card. The winning trotter, a 3-year-old son of New Balance out of New Year High by High Falls. I tell you, Mr. Arthur, I've met your partner, Marvin Chandler. Always enjoy talking to him. He's a little bit intimidating. He's a very serious, focused kind of guy, but he's all business. But I like that. And I know a lot of folks enjoy him because, man, he gets right to the point when he has a conversation. Here's the winner of race number 6, folks. How about a hand for number 6, What a Year. And Denise Titus, our winner circle photographer, snaps the picture again. 2 driving wins today for Juan Franco, a native of Guatemala who migrated to the United States many years ago and started out in the thoroughbred business on the West Coast, working in the barn of trainer Bob Baffert, and then made his way to Chicago in the standardbred business, and now one of the leading harness drivers in the Midwest. Mr. Franco, always a pleasure. Good to have you with us, sir. Thank you. Here's the full field rundown. Fellas, are we official here? They say we are. Thank you, Jim and Randy. Here's the full field rundown. Loy's Honky Tonk Hero finished 4. Luz Andiamo finished 3. Fox Valley Candor was 6. Fox Valley Shania, the runner-up. You Ain't No Fool finished 5. What a Year was the winner. E.L. Bray was scratched. The quarter, 30 and a 5th. The half in a minute flat. 3/4, 128 and 2/5. The time for the mile, 1 minute 56 and 3/5 seconds. Reach down, 436. 251 scratch. Seventh race coming up. A reminder, the driver of number 7 Mingo is Cordarius Stewart. Number 7 Mingo, the driver Cordarius Stewart. A reminder, the also eligible Race 'em Up did not draw into the race. The also eligible Race 'em Up did not draw into the race.
Own a little and love it a lot. Thestable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. Thestable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
To the infield for the pit area for that pole sooner rather than later tomorrow. And the reason we mention that is to start getting the word out right now. If you are entered to race at Decatur tomorrow, we do appreciate, we'll say this in advance, I know the folks at the Macon County Fair will appreciate your cooperation in getting the fields onto the track as quickly, efficiently, and safely as possible to move that program along. And we will say in advance that we will appreciate your cooperation. And we know it's difficult because so many of you, you've got big stables, multiple horses in several races throughout the day. So I know that they will work with you throughout the day, and they will, the racing officials will understand that. But whatever that you all can do to help move the pace of the program tomorrow at the Macon County Fair, I know the Macon County Fair Board will appreciate it. And keep in mind, they are big fans of harness racing there. It's incredible that they brought back racing after a 5-year absence, and then on Wednesday presented the richest single day of Illinois County Fair racing of all time. So we appreciate the folks at Macon County, and I know that we in the horsemen's community want to show them the same courtesy. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, 11 a.m. post, big day. 15 races tomorrow, big day. By the way, there is a concession stand which is operating on the grounds. It is not far from that Grand Circuit barn where most everyone is stabled today, down toward the south end of the property. I saw it earlier. I know they had corn dogs and hot dogs and lemon shake-ups and so on. So if you're in the stands, if you're on the grounds within earshot and you're hungry or thirsty, swing on by the concession stand located near the Grand Circuit race barn that we are using today as our primary race barn, just off the first turn of the racetrack. Waiting for the 2, Joe McDude. Also for the 5, Frankie Park. And for the 6, Primo Giovanni. Horses are on the track for race 7 for the Suburban Downs at Duquoin race day. This is the open pace for $12,300. A reminder, the also eligible Race 'em Up did not draw into the race. The driver on the 7, Mingo, is Cordarius Stewart. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Fox Valley Monaco, owned by Carl Lacey of Springfield, Bonita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons, Matt Kruger in the bike. 2 is Joe McDude, owned by Aaron Chris Moore of Ashland, Kentucky, trained and driven by Jamal Denson. 3 is Mock Diesel, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained and driven by Jill Brown. 4 is Beat of New York, owned and trained by Matt Rodriguez of Aurora, co-owned by Tara Oskvarik of Aurora, the driver Travis Siekman. 5 is Frankie Park, owned by Sarah Potts of Grant Park, the trainer Steve Searle, the driver is Juan Franco. 6, Primo Giovanni, owned by the Ingle Stable of Illinois LLC of Northbrook, the trainer Terry Leonard, the driver Casey Leonard. 7 is Mingo, owned by John Huddleston of Mattoon, the trainer Jill Brown, the driver is Cordarius Stewart. And number 8, Settlemore, owned by Wyatt Avenatti of Chrisman, Earl Avenatti, his grandfather of Clinton, Indiana, trained by David Avenatti, and Wyatt Avenatti is in the race bike. Headed to the gate, race 7. Just received a note from the folks at Trot and Pace Marketing who are handling the telecast on YouTube today. Again, live telecast of today's races on YouTube on the Trot and Pace Marketing channel. And the folks at Trot and Pace Marketing send this note. They've had some questions about how to watch replays. One can watch replays of the entire live stream at any time on the YouTube channel. Race results this evening will be available, and full replays that you can pull up if you're looking to pull up a race by being able, for example, to click on I want to see race 2. You'll be able to do that later tonight at trotandpacemarketing.com. For today, if you're wanting to see this as it unfolds in real time, and if you just sat down and said, I just missed race 6, you can point your browser and back up the timeline on the live feed. But if you want to be able to pick and choose race by race, those individual replays will be posted tonight on the website, trotandpacemarketing.com. Right now, here we go. Race 7 lined up on the gate. Off and pacing they go. There goes Settlemore from the outside. Mock Diesel in between horses. Fox Valley Monaco now has the lead down to the inside, but Settlemore comes driving up. And Settlemore is up to take the lead away from Fox Valley Monaco in second. Joe McDude is third. Mock Diesel is fourth as they swing around the turn, racing toward the quarter-mile mark. And then comes Beat of New York, who travels against the rail in the 5th position. Frankie Park is 6th. Primo Giovanni is in 7th, and Mingo is last of the 8 as they move on by the quarter. 28-1 for the opening quarter. 28 1/5 seconds. Settlemore is leading it by a length. Onto the back stretch. Fox Valley Monaco is racing in second, drafting right in behind the leader. And then Joe McDude is third. Mock Diesel is racing in fourth. Beat of New York is fifth as they go single file. No one stepping out of line just yet as they race on by the half-mile mark. Now, there goes Frankie Park. Frankie Park moving from 6th position. Primo Giovanni moves to the outside with cover from 7th, and Mingo is last of the 8. 59-1 the time for the first half mile. 59-1. Settlemore is the leader. Fox Valley Monaco is racing in the second position, and here comes Frankie Park up on the outside. Now into third by a half length. Mock Diesel in fourth. Primo Giovanni is in fifth, but still racing some 6 lengths from the lead as they swing around the turn, racing toward the 3/4. Settlemore has the lead by just a length. Frankie Park is in second, and here comes Joe McDude with a sweeping move to the far outside. 128-2 at the 3/4. Joe McDude, center of the track. Frankie Park is there in between horses. Settlemore toward the inside. And then Primo Giovanni, who tries to get going on the grandstand side. It's wide open. Mock Diesel in behind horses. Primo Giovanni down the far outside comes forward for the lead. And now Fox Valley Monaco getting through toward the inside. Primo Giovanni, Fox Valley Monaco, photo for the win. Either Fox Valley Monaco or Primo Giovanni for the win here in race 7. 1:56-1 was the time for the mile. 1 minute 56 1/5 seconds. It'll either be the 1 Fox Valley Monaco or the 6 Primo Giovanni. We'll check with our photo finish technician in a moment.
Be 1, 3, 5, 8, 4, 2, 7, 6.
Thank you. Result of the photo shows the winner to be number 1 Fox Valley Monaco. Matt Kruger, your winning driver. 1 over the 6, with Primo Giovanni finishing in the runner-up spot. Fox Valley Monaco on his way back in front of the grandstand. In front of the stands now, the winner of race 7 by a head, number 1, Fox Valley Monaco. Owned by Carl Lacey of Springfield, Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons, driven by Matt Kruger. 4th winner on the card, bred by Fox Valley Standardbreds. This is an Indiana-sired 4-year-old gelded son of Luck Be With You out of Sexy Card Shark by Cam's Card Shark. Once again, a happy 39th wedding anniversary to Tom and Benita Simmons. Is Tom here today, Benita? He didn't make the trip down. Well, that's how it is in the horse business, isn't it? It's always a lot of work to do, and sometimes in more than one location. Our best to you and Tom, both, and many, many more. 1:56:01, the time for the mile. Stewards, are we official here? Very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Here's the full field rundown for race 7. Fox Valley Monaco, the winner. Joe McDude was 3rd. Mock Diesel 5. Beat of New York was 8. Frankie Park finished 4. Primo Giovanni 2. Mingo was 7. Settlemore was 6. And, of course, Race 'em Up did not draw into the race. Quarter in 28-1. The half in 59-1. 3/4, 128-2. And the mile, 156 1/5. It reached down 135-842-76. 8th race is on the way. A reminder, the driver of number 3, Jerry Sue, Cordarius Stewart. Number 3, Jerry Sue, make the driver, Cordarius Stewart. Horsemen, come to the track with that 8th race. We are looking for Fox Valley Tasha, Rock and Roll Dakota, Jerry Sue, Fox Valley Astoria, Rolling Cali, Feeling It, and Chase the Bouquet.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Horses are on the track. Race 8 in your scorecard. Suburban Downs at Duquoin. Pacing fillies and mares. A division of the maiden, non-winners of one race lifetime. A reminder, the driver of number 3, Jerry Sue, is Cordarius Stewart. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Fox Valley Tasha, owned by Kevin and Alan Miller of Arthur. Brian Lohman of Broadlands, trained by Kevin Miller, the driver Juan Franco. 2, Rock and Roll Dakota, owned, trained, and driven by Stephen Halford II of Pleasant Plains. 3, Jerry Sue, owned by Todd Weinman of Carrollton, trained by Michelle Morgan. The driver is Cordarius Stewart. 4 is Fox Valley Astoria, owned by Kay Willis of Beecher and Donna Kay Kelly of La Plata, Missouri. The trainer is Nelson Willis, the driver Casey Leonard. Number 5 is Rolling Cali, owned by Charles Hurst Jr. of Houston, Texas. Trained by Roshan Trigg. Thank you, Judge. Late driver change on the 5. Please note, contrary to the program, the driver of the 5, Rolling Cali, J.D. Lewis. Number 5, Rolling Cali, the driver J.D. Lewis. Number 6, Feeling It, owned by Carlos Santos of Springfield, the trainer Dossie Miner, and the driver Alexander Conte. And number 7, Chase the Bouquet, Matt Kruger, who just got the win in that last race. We're going to compare him to George Schulte in a moment, and we're going to tell you why we're comparing Matt Kruger to George Schulte. Chase the Bouquet is owned by Linda Allhands of Monticello, Jamaica Patton of Rochester, trained by Jamaica Patton. The driver is Matt Kruger. Speaking of Matt Kruger, that race that he just won in race number 7, couldn't help but think of the late George Schulte of Logansport, Indiana. Curious how many folks in attendance today or watching online were at Duquoin for the 1979 Hambletonian won by Legend Hanover. Just as Matt Kruger made a nifty move to the inside in the home stretch when everybody else went wide, that was the move George Schulte made with Legend Hanover that year. And that horse was a nice price. I think he paid like $35 in the first heat. Schulte started to go wide at the top of the stretch, and there was just a wall of horses in front of him. And he looked to his left, and he said, you know, there's all kinds of room at the rail. So he immediately steered back to the left and shot up the rail and won that opening heat, and then came back and won the second heat by a head over the favorite Keola Hanover. That was a big day for Illinois connections because Legend Hanover was owned by Dr. Raymond Galt, the well-known researcher and doctor in the Chicago area, did a lot of work and research in the field of cancer. Dr. Galt owned that horse, and Raymond Tripp from up at Poplar Grove, Illinois. Raymond was the trainer of Legend Hanover, and then you had George Schulte stepping into the race bike when the Illinois Racing Board told Joe O'Brien, you're going to have to give up the mount, because there was an Illinois Racing Board rule that, if memory serves, O'Brien, I believe, was the trainer of Armbro Unlimited. And the racing board said, it's a rule. It's black and white. You're going to have to drive the horse that you train. So as soon as that happened, Raymond Tripp got on the phone and immediately called George Schulte and said, George, I want you in Duquoin tomorrow. You've got to be there to drive Legend Hanover. And the rest, as they say, is history. Legend Hanover, George Schulte with that breathtaking move up the rail in the 1979 Hambletonian. At the post, the gates rolling. Race 8, pacing fillies and mares, maidens. Horsemen, be ready at the barns, please, with race 9. Race 9, you are on deck. So far today, a couple of wins each for trainers Nelson Willis and Amy Husted. 2 wins apiece for Casey Leonard, Kyle Husted, Juan Franco to lead the drivers. 4 wins for Fox Valley Standardbred so far today to lead all breeders. Here they come. Suburban Downs at Duquoin. They are off and pacing. There goes Chase the Bouquet for the lead. Feeling It has early speed as well. And Fox Valley Tasha right there to the inside. Feeling It now moves up from between horses and scoots down toward the rail and has the lead. But Chase the Bouquet is moving fast up on the outside. And Chase the Bouquet now takes over after the opening eighth of a mile. Midway on the south turn, Chase the Bouquet draws clear with the lead by 2 lengths. Feeling It will go second by a length and a half. Fox Valley Tasha is racing in third. Rock and Roll Dakota is in the fourth position. Jerry Sue goes in fifth. Fox Valley Astoria is sixth, and Rolling Cali seventh. 29-2, the time for the opening quarter, 29-2. There goes Jerry Sue. Jerry Sue takes to the outside, fifth, fourth, third, and now taking second as they move on by toward the 3/8 mile mark and now clear past it. Jerry Sue is up on the outside to take the lead as Fox Valley Tasha thought about a move there to the outside as well, but then thought better of it. In the meantime, here comes Rock and Roll Dakota up into second. Now, Halford's got Rock and Roll Dakota moving up fast on the outside, and as a result, it will be Fox Valley Tasha moving with cover behind her. A minute flat was the time for the first half mile, a minute flat. Jerry Sue turns back the challenge. Rock and Roll Dakota second. 3/4 of a length separate the top two around the far turn. Chase the Bouquet is locked in third down toward the inside. Here comes Feeling It, making a 3-wide move to the outside of Fox Valley Tasha, who's in between horses in fifth and nearly 5 lengths off the lead and trying to move up as they move on by the 3/4. Couple of bad steps there for Rock and Roll Dakota, lost some ground. 1:28.1 was the time for the 3/4. 1:28.1. They're fanning out across the racetrack, and here comes Fox Valley Tasha. Here comes Feeling It way out on the grandstand side. Rock and Roll Dakota's there. Pacers coming from everywhere in the final 8th mile. It's wide open down to the line. Rock and Roll Dakota has a head in front. Kruger's trying to do it again. Chase the Bouquet is there. Photo for the win. Either Chase the Bouquet or Rock and Roll Dakota. It'll be one of those two for the top spot. Behind that pair, Fox Valley Tasha was across the wire in third. What a race at Duquoin. Time for the mile, 1:57.3. 1 minute, 57 3/5 seconds. Photo finish. Result of the photo shows the winner of race 8 to be by a nose, number 2, Rock and Roll Dakota. Number 2, Rock and Roll Dakota prevails by a nose over the fast closing number 7, Chase the Bouquet. So here comes number 2, Rock and Roll Dakota. Stephen Halford II is the owner, the trainer, and the driver out of Pleasant Plains. Drives a Illinois-bred 3-year-old filly by World of Rock and Roll out of Tame the Dame by Better's Delight. The winner bred by Dandy Farms Breeding of Jeff Davis and bred also by the FT Racing Stable of Frank Tatuli. And now it's time for Denise Titus to take that winner circle photo right here in the home stretch in front of the stands. Rock and Roll Dakota, 8th career start, her season's debut, and her first career victory. Tell you, wins have not come easily today. We've had some incredible finishes here at Duquoin. Stephen Halford II, congratulations. That'll make the trip back up to Pleasant Plains feel pretty good, won't it? He smiles and nods his head and says, yes, it will. We'll have the full field rundown in just a moment. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 9. Here's the full field rundown. It's official for that 8th race. From the top, Fox Valley Tasha was 3rd. Rock and Roll Dakota was the winner. Jerry Sue finished 4. Fox Valley Astoria was 7. Rolling Cali finished 6. Feeling It finished 5. And Chase the Bouquet was the runner-up. 29 and 2 at the quarter. A minute at the half. 3 quarters, 1:28 and 1. Time for the mile, 1 minute 57 and 3/5 seconds. And it reads down 3:1:4:7:6:5:2. 9th race is coming up. A reminder that neither of the also eligibles drew into the race. Attorney at law, Perfect Promises, they did not draw into the race. Race 9, come to the track, please.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate. We've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
A number of you in the stands might have noticed, and folks have been talking on the infield about the fact that the winner of that 8th race put in a couple of bad steps there at the top of the stretch at the 3/4, and Stephen Halford II had to gather Rock and Roll Dakota back up. And it all happened very quickly, in just the span of a second or two. Somehow he got that horse gathered up and managed to still come back and score the victory. And happy to see that everyone was able to stay on their feet and everyone safely back to the barn. But these horses truly are amazing athletes, and one of the things that has drawn so many of us to this game over the years, the thrill of the competition and the incredible athleticism of horse and driver alike. Waiting right now for race 9. Late driver change here in the 9th race. The driver of number 6, St. John Sports Star, will be Leroy Hunt. Owner, trainer Leroy Hunt, also the driver for number 6, St. John Sports Star. Now a subsequent change for number 6, St. John Sports Star, make the driver Jordan Patton. It will now be Jordan Patton driving the 6, St. John Sports Star. Thank you. Horses are on the track and parading to the post for race 9, a division of the maiden pace, non-winners of one race lifetime. A reminder, Jordan Patton will now drive number 6, St. John Sports Star. The 2 also eligibles did not draw into the race. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Fox Valley Tycoon, owned by Steve Searle of Grant Park, Brian Code of Bradford, James Nellinger of Peoria, Gretchen Barnett of San Diego, California, trained by Steve Searle, the driver, Travis Seekman. 2, Attaway Bombay, owned by Elizabeth Radel of Edgewood, trained and driven by Cornelius Cabot. Number 3 is Loy's Big Owl, owned by Jackson Loy of Beecher City, owned also by Charla Roller of Rochester, the trainer, Mike Rogers, the driver, Richard Finn. 4, Spud is a Star, owned by Charles Arthur of Terry, Mississippi. He is the trainer, and Juan Franco is in the bike. Number 5 is Dandy's Card Shark, owned by Terry Leonard of Harvard, Dandy Farms Racing of Glenview of Jeff Davis, Bruce Grider of Oswego, and Peter Kuchis of Palos Hills, Illinois. The trainer, Terry Leonard. The driver is Casey Leonard. Number 6, St. John Sports Star. Have we determined for sure who's driving? Because it looks, I think Leroy's still in the bike, is he not? So they're headed to the gate, folks, and we've had about a half dozen changes on that horse, and all we know is that was Leroy Hunt, the owner-trainer, still very much in the race bike on the 6 St. John Sports Star. Number 7, Sports Madness, owned by Carolyn Diane Hayes of Williamsville, trained by Carol Hayes and Arius Dorch is up. 8 Telstar, owned by Mike Davison of Annapolis, Gary Crumlin of Rest Union, trained by Chad Cook, the driver, Wyatt Avenetti. So, disregard the change to the change. We're going to go back to Leroy Hunt as the driver of number 6, St. John Sports Star. The horses have reached the starting gate. They are at the post, race 9. Mitch Titus, our starter today. Jerry Young at the steering wheel of the starting gate. And now the gate is rolling for the 9th race. Horsemen, be ready with race 10. Race 10, stand by. Here they come. Sports Madness, rough gated behind the gate, has lost several lengths to the field. They are off and pacing. There goes Fox Valley Tycoon. Fox Valley Tycoon immediately opens up a length and a half heading into the first turn. There goes Loy's Big Al kicking in now from the second position as Attaway Bombay comes away in third as they swing around the first turn, racing toward the quarter. Dandy's Card Shark is moving up fast on the outside. St. John Sports Star will try to move up behind him. They both go toward the front. Dandy's Card Shark takes over just before the quarter-mile mark and now gets clear with a one-length lead. Loy's Big Al goes second. St. John Sports Star is third up on the outside. Fox Valley Tycoon is fourth. 28-1 for the opening quarter. Attaway Bombay is racing in the fifth position. Spud is a Star is in sixth. Telstar is seventh. A gap of 5 more lengths. Sports Madness is last of the 8 as they continue their move up the backstretch, racing toward the half. Dandy's Card Shark is the leader. Dandy's Card Shark leading Loy's Big Al by just a length. St. John Sports Star is toward the outside in third, will be parked as they head on to the far turn. And then Fox Valley Tycoon is back toward the inside in fourth. 58-1 for the opening half mile. Attaway Bombay is still fifth. Spud is a Star is in sixth. Telstar is in seventh position around the final turn. And then Sports Madness, who is last of the 8th after 5/8 of a mile. Dandy's Card Shark is the leader. Dandy's Card Shark leads it by a length and a half. Loy's Big Al second, just over a quarter mile to go. Fox Valley Tycoon is still back there in the third position. Attaway Bombay fourth. Telstar is fifth up on the outside, still 7 lengths off the lead. 127-3 at the 3 quarters. They turn for home. Dandy's Card Shark opens up on a 4-length lead to Loy's Big Al, who is second by a length. Fox Valley Tycoon third. Attaway Bombay is in fourth. Into the final 8th mile. Dandy's Card Shark with a wall of pacers in behind him. Telstar is trying to close ground in the center of the track along with Sports Madness, but they've got to get Dandy's Card Shark. Loy's Big Al is still there. No catching. Dandy's Card Shark, who wins it by 3 lengths on the line. Telstar was home second, close for third as Casey Leonard picks up yet another win on today's card. That will give Casey Leonard his 3rd driving victory on the day. 1:57-1 was the time for the mile. 1 minute 57 and 1/5 seconds. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 10. Race 10, come to the track. Dandy's Card Shark picking up the victory here in race 9 today. Dandy's Card Shark is currently back in the middle of the south turn of the racetrack, coming back toward the grandstand. Dandy's Card Shark gives Terry Leonard his 2nd win on the card as trainer. Casey Leonard his 3rd win on the card as driver. Back-to-back wins on the program for Dandy Farms Incorporated as winning breeder, and back-to-back winners sired by former Illinois Pacing Sire of the Year, World of Rock and Roll. Congratulations to Terry Leonard of Harvard, Dandy Farms Racing of Glenview of Jeff Davis, Bruce Greider of Oswego, and Peter Kuchis of Palos Hill, Illinois. Trained by Terry Leonard, driven by Casey Leonard, now returning in front of the stands. Here is the winner of race 9 in a time of 1:57 and a 5th. Here's Dandy's Card Shark. Casey Leonard already has told our winner's circle photographer, he said, look, I know this horse and he's not going to stand still. He said, you'll have to get this picture on the move. And Denise Titus said, no problem, we can do it. And that's exactly what they just did there as Dandy's Card Shark picks up the win. By the way, I hope Casey Leonard will apologize on our behalf to his dad, Terry. We never recognized your dad's 1,000th training victory at Springfield a couple of weeks ago, so please give him our best, Casey. We appreciate it. Belated congratulations to Terry Leonard, who has trained over 1,000 winners now. Stewards, are we official here? Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Randy. They say we are, and we'll give you the full field rundown here in just a moment. And here is that full field rundown from race 9. From the top of the page, Fox Valley Tycoon was 7. Attaway Bombay 6. Loy's Big Al was 3rd. Spud Is a Star finished 5. Dandy's Card Shark the winner. St. John Sports Star was 8. Sports Madness 4. Telstar the runner-up. And the bottom 2 horses did not draw into the race. The opening quarter, 28 and 1. First half mile in 58 and a fifth. 3 quarters, 127 and 3/5. The time for the mile, 1 minute 57 and 1/5 seconds. Reads down 7:63, 5:18.42. The 10th race is on the way, a division of the Maiden Trot. Non-winners of 1 race lifetime. A reminder, there are a couple of driver changes in this race. On the 1, Shar the Star, that'll be Cordarius Stewart. That's number 1, Shar the Star. Cordarius Stewart is the driver. And a reminder, the driver of the 2, Go Max Go, is Jordan Patton. Once again, the driver of number 2, Go Max Go, is Jordan Patton. Also, there's a driver change on number 8, Hawkeye Dewey, the driver, J.D. Lewis. Number 8, Hawkeye Dewey, J.D. Lewis. And a reminder, the also eligible Consway did not draw into the race.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Our races today, Mr. Tom Shen, he was the official charter for that 1979 Hambletonian. That's a big deal. When your career as an official, when you get to work the biggest race in the sport of harness racing, and Tom Shin was the gentleman who was responsible for the chart call of that 1979 Hambletonian, and he and his sister Leanne have done so much and continue to do so much for Illinois racing. How about a hand for Tom and Leanne Shin? Well done, folks. Horses headed to the gate for the maiden trot, race number 10. Let's meet the starters. Number 1 is Char the Star, owned by Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Jill Brown. Cordarius Stewart is in the bike. 2 Go Max Go is owned by the OZ Racing Stable of Strasburg. That's Otto Rinker and Zed Bramer, trained by Kenny Collier. Contrary to the program, the driver Jordan Patton. Number 3, Mango Bud, is owned by Rodericus Muriel of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Charles Arthur. Juan Franco is up. 4 Losing Her Pants, owned by Steve Searle of Grant Park, Mike Buzzard of Altamont, Chris Paloma of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and Zorn Racing of Des Plaines, Illinois, of the Miraz family, trained by Steve Searle, the driver Travis Seekman. 5 is Fear the Soldier, owned by George C. Doss of Country Club Hills, Illinois, the trainer-driver Russell Powell. 6 King Otis is owned by George Ann and Darren Turnier of Liberty, Michelle Blackburn of Springfield, trained and driven by Mike Brink. Number 7 Fox Valley Corso is owned by Adam Ivan Hawthorne of Winsboro, Louisiana, trained by Herman Wheeler, co-owned by Devin White of Cotton Valley, Louisiana. Casey Leonard is up. 8 Hawkeye Dewey is owned by Patrick Horace of Belton, Texas, trained by Roshan Trigg. Contrary to the catalog, the driver J.D. Lewis. Headed to the gate for race number 10, and again, the also eligible did not draw into the race. Horsemen, be ready at the barns. Stand by with race 11. You're on deck. Starter calls for the field here in race 10, Suburban Downs at Duquoin. Sometimes we have referred to these race days as Hawthorne at Duquoin or Hawthorne at Springfield, but technically it's really Suburban Downs, which has administered those harness racing meets which take place at Hawthorne Racecourse over the years. Just a technical difference between the racetrack proper versus the organization which oversees and administers the specific race meeting, because of course at Hawthorne it's a dual purpose facility with thoroughbreds and standardbreds. I know the folks up at Hawthorne were very proud of the fact, and rightly so, that a horse that was based at Hawthorne ended up taking runner-up honors in this year's Kentucky Derby. And again, even for those of us who grew up in the standardbred business, I think standardbred folks are just like anybody. They appreciate a good racehorse. 2 Phils, that horse's name, and congrats to everybody up in Chicago. Trainer Larry Ravelli and his whole crew. That was a wonderful performance in the Kentucky Derby, runner-up. Right now we're coming down to the line to start race number 10. Problems for Fear the Soldier off stride, and Losing Her Pants is also off stride. The rest are off and trotting. Char the Star goes out for the early lead. Mango Bud gets away in second. Mango Bud, Char the Star going at it for the top spot. Fox Valley Corso moves up in third. Around the outside of Go Max Go in fourth. King Otis is racing in fifth. Hawkeye Dewey is sixth. Then a break of 10 more lengths. Fear the Soldier is seventh. A dozen more back to Losing Her Pants, who's last of the 8 as they go to the quarter with Mango Bud the leader. Mango Bud takes over with Char the Star now second, and a gap of 2.5 lengths separating the top 2 as they go on by the quarter-mile mark. 31 flat the time for the quarter, 31 flat. Fox Valley Corso is racing in third, 4 lengths off the lead, gap of 3 more to King Otis, who is in fourth. Hawkeye Dewey is fifth, and then a gap of another 7 lengths as they head up the backstretch. Fear the Soldier, who travels along in the 6th position, and further problems now for Losing Her Pants off stride once again, and Go Max Go has broken stride and has dropped all the way out to last and is better than 25 lengths from the lead. 102-1 the time for the opening quarter. 102-1. Mango Bud, the leader by a length to the far turn on the north side of the course. Char the Star is second, a length and a half. Fox Valley Corso is in third. And then King Otis fourth on the inside. Fear the Soldier moves up in fifth on the outside. That horse was the one that broke stride before the start. It's moved back to fourth. And here's Char the Star to take the lead. King Otis just made a break and drops out toward the back of the pack. Char the Star is the new leader, but here comes Fox Valley Corso from second around the outside of Mango Bud third. 132-1, the time at the three quarters. 132-1. Char the Star has the lead. Just over eighth of a mile to go. Gap of 3 lengths. Fox Valley Corso is in third. Fear the Soldier is there toward the outside. Mango Bud is now back toward the inside and behind horses. It is Char the Star with Fox Valley Corso trying to sneak up toward the inside. It is Char the Star in front. Fox Valley Corso coming up the inside. Fox Valley Corso, Char the Star. Here's the wire. Fox Valley Corso wins it a half length on the line. Fox Valley Corso, that inside lane, that move has worked well for a lot of drivers and a lot of horses in the stretch this afternoon, and Fox Valley Corso benefits from that move by Casey Leonard to go to the rail. Fox Valley Corso wins it. 2:02-1 was the time for the mile. 2:02-1. We'll meet the winner in just a moment. Horsemen, in the meantime, come to the track with race 11. Casey Leonard has just picked up his fourth win on the card. He goes back-to-back for the second time here today. Here's Fox Valley Corso, owned by Adam Ivan Hawthorne of Winsboro, Louisiana, co-owned by Devin White of NFL and Super Bowl fame. He's from Cotton Valley, Louisiana. Trained by Herman Wheeler. Casey Leonard, the driver. There's your winner for race 10, number 7, Fox Valley Corso. That is 5 winners today, bred by Fox Valley Standard Breds to lead all breeders. Congratulations to the winning connections. Can't Afford It, the sire of that 3-year-old Fox Valley Corso, a gelded son of Can't Afford It, at a Fox Valley Strata by Vaporize. 2:02-1 for that first career purse victory. And again, 4 wins for Casey Leonard. Here's the full field rundown. It is official for race 10. From the top, Char the Star was the runner-up. Go Max Go was 8. Mango Bud 4. Losing Her Pants was 7. Fear the Soldier 3. King Otis was 6. Fox Valley Corso, the winner. Hawkeye Dewey finished 5. Opening quarter, 31 seconds. The first half mile, 1:02-1. 3 quarters, 1:32-1/5. The time for the mile, 2:02-1/5. It reads down 2:84, 7:36, 1:5 scratch. The 11th race is coming up. This will be for pacing fillies. Scratch the one, she's self-contained. Again, scratch number 1, she's self-contained. And a reminder at the bottom of the page, the also eligible Red Clover did not draw into the race, nor did Delightful Donna. The two also eligibles did not draw into the race. Race 11, horsemen come to the track.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
I want to say thanks to Marietta Walker. She has been assisting today and was not on our original list of officials, but was kind enough to come on down to Duquoin from her home up in Carrollton and help out with racing duties here today. We do appreciate that very, very much. A reminder that the Suburban Downs downstate meet will continue. We will shift the scene to Springfield, Illinois. Next week at the Illinois State Fairgrounds, we'll go racing there on Thursday and Friday. So next week, it's back to Springfield we go. And a lot of county fairs now underway, several coming up later this month. June is a very, very busy month, and we hope you'll get a chance to take in harness racing, whether coming up at Springfield or coming up on the statewide Illinois County Fair circuit. Shaping up to be a fun summer, a lot of activity. And with the way that the schedule shakes out, we're having a chance to see some horses and trainers and drivers that we don't often see on the fair circuit or downstate at the two state fairgrounds. So it has been fun to have everybody come together and get together for some racing in the countrified setting of this beautiful Duquoin State Fairgrounds here today. And again, headed back to Springfield next week. A reminder that we will come back down here to the Duquoin State Fair. We say we realize not all of you live north of here, but we will be back here, let's put it that way, June 30th and July 1st for the continuation of the Suburban Downs at Duquoin portion of this summertime meet. Number 3, KP's Magic Macy has returned to the barn area for equipment repair, so a heads up to the Nelson Willis stable. KP's Magic Macy headed to you. Again, waiting for the return of number 3, KP's Magic Macy. And as soon as the equipment repair is complete for number 3, and as soon as she returns to the racetrack at that point, we will then proceed. How appropriate on a weekend when they're racing the Belmont tomorrow that we have the same name as a former Belmont winner in this 11th race. I bet some of you remember a filly Rags to Riches that beat the boys in the Belmont a number of years ago. And a filly Rags to Riches getting ready to go to the post here in our harness racing card at Duquoin. Horses are on the track. Folks here on the infield said, I think they called off or might be calling off the Belmont. The last we saw, first thing this morning, actually things had improved with the air quality from the wildfires in Canada. There had been talk that there could be modifications to Belmont Day and even possibly a cancellation or postponement. But as of about 7 o'clock this morning, Central Time, there were folks that were tweeting from Belmont Park saying the air quality had improved considerably. Hey, we've got good fresh air here in Southern Illinois, don't we, folks? And we're rolling right on with harness racing. Here's the field for race 11, pacing 3- and 4-year-old fillies. Number 1 is Scratch. Number 2, My Daddy's Revenge, the filly that won the Lieutenant Governor's Cup right here last August, owned by Mike Brink of Springfield, Lori Searle of Springfield, trained by Mike Brink, the driver Matt Kruger. 3, KP's Magic Macy, owned by Kay Willis of Beecher, Ingalls Stable of Illinois, of Northbrook, trained by Nelson Willis, the driver Juan Franco. 4, Amanda Bombay, owned, trained, and driven by Russell Powell of Chicago Heights. 5, 2, Incredibly Fast for You, owned by Jody Peacock of Cantrell, trained by Rick Schrock, the driver Cordarius Stewart. Number 6, Annie Mae Bombay, owned and trained by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, the driver Cornelius Cavett. 7 is GD Kayla's Image, owned by Nicole Potts of Grant Park, trained by Steve Searle, Casey Leonard in the bike. Number 8, Rags to Riches, owned by Danny Clark of Mineral Point, Wisconsin, Curtis Spillum of Milan, Illinois, by Brian Code of Bradford, James Nellinger of Peoria, trained by Steve Searle, and the driver is Travis Seekman. Headed to the gate for race 11. Horsemen, stand by with race 12. You are up next. Stand by with race 12. Starter Mitch Titus calls for the field for race 11 here at Duquoin. Just had somebody text and say, okay, so who's your pick for the Belmont tomorrow? I know that a lot of talk about Forte, the reigning champion juvenile, being back in the lineup after he missed the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown. I think I'm going with Angel of Empire from the Brad Cox stable. Won the Arkansas Derby and ran a huge race in the Kentucky Derby to be third. So I think Angel of Empire. Anybody else got a pick for the Belmont? Well, Baffert's got National Treasure. Bob's always a factor. You know, National Treasure won the Preakness, and that horse is 5-1 on the morning line. He might go off a decent price. We'll find out tomorrow. Here they come. Harness racing is our focus here at Duquoin. They are off and pacing. There goes Rags to Riches. The filly with the Belmont name goes firing out for the early lead. KP's Magic Macy is a step quicker, though, and already has the lead and is next to the rail. That's fine for Travis Siegman. He will guide Rags to Riches into that second position and follow the leader as they race around the first turn as they race on to the quarter-mile mark. My Daddy's Revenge in good position here early in the third position. Too Incredibly Fast for You is racing in fourth. Amanda Bombay is fifth. Annie Mae Bombay is in sixth. And GD Kayla's Image last of 7. 28-4. That was the time for the opening quarter. 28 and 4/5 seconds. KP's Magic Macy is the leader by 2 lengths up the backstretch. Now just a length and a half. Rags to Riches is second. My Daddy's Revenge is third. Too Incredibly Fast for You goes fourth. Amanda Bombay is still there in fifth position, followed by Annie Mae Bombay, and GD Kayla's Image is last in this field of 7 as they head on past the half-mile mark and head for the north end of the course. 58-1 for the first half mile, 58-1. Now here comes My Daddy's Revenge, moving from third, but the leader is still KP's Magic Macy, leading it by just a length. My Daddy's Revenge is second on the outside, and then Rags to Riches, who shuffled back toward the inside in third, and then a gap of 5 more lengths. Amanda Bombay is in fourth. Too Incredibly Fast for You is fifth. Quarter mile to go. KP's Magic Macy, the leader by a length. My Daddy's Revenge is second on the outside. 126 flat at the 3/4. Rags to Riches third. Here comes My Daddy's Revenge. The filly who won right here last year at the Duquoin State Fair has a narrow lead moving by the 8th pole. My Daddy's Revenge chased by KP's Magic Macy, who tried to respond, but My Daddy's Revenge has the lead in deep stretch. My Daddy's Revenge and Matt Kruger. My Daddy's Revenge wins it by 3/4 of a length. KP's Magic Macy was a stubborn foe but had to settle for second. Too Incredibly Fast for You was across the line in the third position, and Rags to Riches was fourth. Time for the mile, 1 minute 54 flat. Time for the mile, 1 minute 54 seconds flat. The fastest mile thus far of the day. My Daddy's Revenge has won race 11 for owners Mike Brink and Lori Searle of Springfield, who are both trackside. This filly trained by Mike Brink and driven by Matt Kruger. 2 wins today for Matt. Winning filly is a 3-year-old daughter of Revenge Shark out of Hope Lane, Hanover, by All-American Native. Was bred by the Fairmeadow Farm of the late Carl Becker up at Altamont. And this filly named in honor of Lori Searle's late father, My Daddy's Revenge. And I know this filly's been very special for Lori and for Mike. Picked up that win last year here in the Lieutenant Governor's Cup in a big, bulky field and a big, talented field of Illinois-bred 2-year-old fillies. And this filly picks up career win number 10 today. And indeed, this filly, we mentioned the fact, was bred by the late Carl Becker, and those who knew my father know that Dad wasn't always the best about his paperwork, so to speak. And I can remember that this filly sold during the last summer that my dad was alive, and we were getting late into the summer, and he said, I think I forgot to put one of my fillies into the yearling sale, and it was this filly right here. So we put her on a supplement to the yearling sale, and this was literally the very last yearling that my dad ever sold in his lifetime. And lo and behold, she has gone from the supplemental catalog at the sale that day to being among the leading fillies in Illinois of her crop. So my daddy's revenge adds another victory to her resume here this afternoon. Fastest mile so far on the day, 1 minute 54 seconds flat. And we'll have the full field rundown in just a moment. A driving double for Mr. Matt Kruger. Here is the full field rundown for race 11. It is official from the top. She self-contained was scratched. My Daddy's Revenge, the winner. KP's Magic Macy, the runner-up. Amanda Bombay was 6. Too Incredibly Fast for You was 3rd. Annie Mae Bombay finished 5. GD Kayla's Image 7. Rags to Riches 4. Quarter and 28 and 4, the half and 58 and 1, 3 quarters 126 flat, and the mile and 154 flat. It reads down scratch 1 2 6 3 5 7 4 scratch. 2 races to go. Race 12 is on the way. In the 12th race, no scratches and no driver changes to report. Race 12, horsemen come to the track.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate. We've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Last horse coming to the track. No changes in race 12. This race for Pacers that are non-winners of $12,000, or for Illinois Conceived and Foaled, $15,000 lifetime. Let's meet the starters. Number 1 is Major Harley, owned by Pete and Heidi Liu of Springfield, trained by Pete Liu. The driver is Richard Finn. 2 is Buck Art, owned by Julie Collins of Bullhead City, Arizona, trained and driven by Phil Knox. 3, Great Seats, owned by Wyatt and Lane Avenatti of Crispin, trained by David Avenatti, the driver Wyatt Avenatti. 4, Key Ingredient, owned by Donald Laufenberg of Highland, Wisconsin, trained by Terry Leonard. Casey Leonard is in the bike. 5 is Heartland Nipper, owned by Glenn Bauman of nearby Mulkeytown, trained by Tom Simmons. The driver is Travis Seekman. 6 is Dinger Graham, owned by Shelley Graham of Salem, trained by Buzz Graham. The driver Kyle Houston. 7, Rockin' Vic, owned by Ann Schneider of Petersburg and Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons. The driver Matt Kruger. Number 8, Duncan's Ranger, owned by Alan Petrie of Carrollton. Alan is also the trainer, and Juan Franco is the driver. Headed to the gate, race 12. Horses have reached the starting gate for race number 12. Horsemen stand by, be ready at the barns with that 13th and final race. Again, we appreciate everyone being with us, and also those of you joining us online today and watching via our friends at Trot and Pace Marketing. Right now at the post, gate beginning to roll for the 12th race. A few more picks coming in for the Belmont. Our own Jim Austin, one of our stewards, says he's going with the champ, reigning champion Juvenile Forte. He believes Forte is ready to run a big race in the Belmont Stakes tomorrow. And as this harness race goes to the post, it is 50 years ago, almost to the minute, that Secretariat was entering the starting gate for the 105th running of the Belmont, and of course went on to that 31-length victory that is so memorable. That was June 9th, 1973. Secretariat, 50 years ago today. Pacers lined up on the gate here at the former home of the Hambletonian, with so many great racing memories here over the years, the historic Duquoin State Fairgrounds. Here they come. They are off and pacing. Major Harley goes out for the lead. Buck Art gets away in second. Great Seats comes out racing in third position as they thunder to the first turn. Heartland Nipper is away racing in fourth. And then Rockin' Vic, who moves up into the fifth spot as they swing around the turn, with Key Ingredient back there in the sixth position as they race on toward the quarter-mile mark. Dinger Graham is going to drop out to last, settles one spot behind Duncan's Ranger, who is next to last as they go on by the quarter, with Major Harley the early leader. 28-1 for the opening quarter. Major Harley leads by a length onto the backstretch. Buck Art is second by a length and a half, and Great Seats is racing in third position, and good spot here early on. Then a gap of 2 lengths. Heartland Nipper is in fourth. Rockin' Vic is racing in fifth position, and then comes Duncan's Ranger, and Duncan's Ranger takes to the outside, starts moving up around Key Ingredient, who shuffled out next to last, and Dinger Graham starts moving from the back of the pack from last as they go on by the half-mile mark. 58-3 for the first half mile, 58 3/5 seconds. It is Major Harley with the lead. Buck Art takes to the outside now. Here comes Buck Art just off the leader's flank as they swing around that far turn. Great Seats is racing in third, has been there since the start, and is still 3.5 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 4 more lengths back to the rest of the field as they go side by side for the fourth position around the turn, with Rockin' Vic moving up in fourth, but still a good 8 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Major Harley leading Buck Art by a length. Great Seats is in the third position as they straighten away for home. Great Seats to the far outside. Major Harley to the inside. Buck Art is in between that pair. They still go at it into the final 8th mile. And then Dinger Graham with a late rush out in the center of the racetrack. Still 5 lengths from the lead though. Buck Art, Major Harley, Buck Art down to the line. The battle for the win. Major Harley wins it by 2 lengths on the line. Major Harley and Richard Finn for the win. 1:55 flat, the time for the mile. Number 1, Major Harley, 1 minute, 55 seconds flat. Number 1, Major Harley with the win here today in race number 12. Owners Pete and Heidi Lou are trackside. Congratulations to Pete and Heidi. Pete, the trainer, and Richard Finn, the winning driver. This winning 3-year-old pacer, Major Harley, a gelded son of Major Bombay, out of Harley Girl by the Ponderosa, bred by Fairmeadow Farm of the late Carl Becker. So back-to-back winners on the card, bred by Fairmeadow Farm. This mile in 1:55 is a new lifetime record for Major Harley by better than 2 full seconds. Thanks again to our track crew for all of their help here today. And combine good horses with a good fast track, and good things are going to happen, including those new lifetime marks. We have talked along the fair circuit this summer about the fact that Richard Finn, a few weeks ago, lost his father, Rick, And Richard tells us he carries that Finn name with pride. He said, every time I put on these driving colors and I go to the racetrack, he said, I think about my dad. He said, I think about my uncles. He said, it's important to me to carry on the family tradition. And I think we looked up one time, there have been between 40 and 50 members of the Finn family that have driven in the sport of harness racing over the years. Richard, a family tradition, well done. Carry on, sir. Congratulations. Judges, are we official? Here's the full field rundown. Thank you, gentlemen, for that 12th race. From the top, Major Harley, the winner. Buck Art, the runner-up. Great Seats was third. Key Ingredient, 7th. Heartland Nipper was 8. Dinger Graham, 5. Rockin' Vic, 4. And Duncan's Ranger was 6. They got the quarter in 28 and 1, the half in 58 and 3, 3/4 126 and 2, and the mile in 155 flat. Reads down 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 5, 4, 6. That brings us to race number 13. Our final race on the card. Horsemen come to the track. There are no changes to report in this 13th and final race. Thanks once again to everyone at Suburban Downs and at Hawthorne Racecourse, including Hawthorne President and General Manager Tim Carey. Our thanks to our friends at the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association and Executive Director Tony Simone. Our stewards today have been Randy Callahan and Jim Austin. Mitch Titus driving the starting gate. Jerry Young at the steering wheel. Mark Brown has been our timer. Emma Schrock in charge of the photo finish. Our charter is Tom Shin. Our data entry clerk is Leanne Shin. Thanks for special assistance today from Marietta Walker. Our identifiers, Danny Satterfield and Tina Schrock. Brad Martin of Audio Technical Services, our audio engineer. Denise Titus has been our winner's circle photographer. Dwayne Wells, our outrider, comes from quite a racing family himself, and it's great to have Dwayne helping us out here on horseback today. Dr. Kate McBurney, our official veterinarian. Rusty Copsey, the blacksmith over near the paddock. MedStar Ambulance Service, Cross Harness Supply, and again, Trot and Pace Marketing providing the live stream of today's races. And once more, a big thank you to Josh Gross, our Duquoin State Fair manager, to the track crew and the grounds crew for hosting these races today. We talked about the fact that we come back to Duquoin for more Suburban Downs at Duquoin coming up at the end of the month, and that'll be on June 30th and July 1st. So June 30th and July 1st, we look forward to having everybody back here. And of course, don't forget, we're at Springfield next week on Thursday and Friday. The Big Ten Colt Stakes go racing tomorrow. 15 races at the Decatur-Macon County Fair. And hey, folks, a reminder, we are back here in August for the Duquoin State Fair. Let's not forget, Monday, August 28 at 4 p.m. and again, Tuesday and Wednesday, August 29th and 30th. 3 programs, 4 p.m. post time each day. That will be a lot of fun. So big summer is lined up, and we're glad to have you on board with us, and we look forward to some great racing, including race 13, which is on the way.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midwest Harness Report has been a strong advocate and comprehensive source for harness racing in the Midwest and beyond for over 40 years. With owner-editor Tim Conkle leading the way, Midwest Harness Report brings you the latest news, information, schedules, and stats. Uncover remarkable stories about the people and horses at the core of harness racing. Midwest Harness Report reaches thousands of subscribers every month. For advertising and subscription inquiries, call 765-212-1320 or visit MidwestHarnessReport.com.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Last horse coming to the track. Starters are out. Thirteenth and final race, Illinois Conceived and Foaled Pacing Fillies are on the track, headed to the gate, non-winners of $50,000 lifetime, no changes. Let's meet the starters for the finale. Number 1, Can't Stay Too Long, owned by Charles Hurst Jr. of Houston, Texas, trained by Roshan Trigg, Jamal Denson in the bike. 2, Sage on Stage is owned by Timothy DeMond Williams of Crystal Springs, Mississippi, trained by Roshan Trigg, the driver J.D. Lewis. 3, Frontier Molly, owned by Jesse Judy of Potomac, owned by Walk on Water Acres LLC of Beecher, of Richard and Bethany Finn, trained and driven by Richard Finn. 4 is Runaway Delight, owned by Kelly Bell of Windsor, Matt Avenatti of Crispin, trained and driven by Matt Avenatti. 5, Dandy Showtime, owned by Peter Kuchis of Palos Hill, Illinois. Dandy Farms Racing of Glenview of Jeff Davis. The In Over My Head stable of Delafield, Wisconsin, of Danny Carey and Sean Swinson, trained by Terry Leonard, the driver Casey Leonard. And 6, The Magical Woman, owned by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, owned also by Anthony Lombardi of Morris, Illinois, trained by Irv Miller, the driver Cordarius Stewart. Heading into the final race of the day, let's check the trainer standings. 2 wins apiece today for Terry Leonard, Amy Houston, Nelson Willis to lead the trainer standings. Drivers, Casey Leonard with 4 wins atop the standings. Fox Valley Standardbreds leading all breeders with 5 winners here today. As far as stallions are concerned, World of Rock and Roll has sired a pair of winners today. And we take a look also at owners. Well, it's been pretty competitive. The only owners to score more than 1 victory today heading into this final race, David Brigham and Kyle Houston. They've got 2 wins on the card. Should have mentioned Dandy Farms, actually 2 wins as breeder today, so they've had multiple wins as breeder. But again, Fox Valley Standardbreds leading the way, 5 wins to top all breeders on the afternoon. Right now they're at the post, the gate's rolling. Here comes the gate, here comes the field, race 13. Been good to have you with us, folks, whether in person or watching online. Wrapping things up here for the day, Suburban Downs at Duquoin. Here they come. They are off and pacing. Can't stay too long. First away. Runaway Delight is right there toward the outside in second as they head into the first turn. Sage on Stage gets away in third. Frontier Molly comes away in fourth. Dandy Showtime is fifth. And the Magical Woman is last of the 6 as they swing around that first turn, headed toward the quarter-mile mark. Can't stay too long is the leader, but only leads by 1 length as they slip by the quarter with Sage on Stage racing in second. Runaway Delight third. Frontier Molly, Dandy Showtime, the Magical Woman at the back, single file formation as they head on to the back stretch. 30 flat for the opening quarter, 30 seconds flat. Can't stay too long is the leader. Sage on Stage goes second up the back straightaway, and then Runaway Delight, who's racing in third. Now Dandy Showtime moves up on the outside, 5th to 4th to 3rd, and here comes the Magical Woman moving up on the outside as well from the back of the pack. But Dandy Showtime first up on the outside to take the lead here right at the half-mile mark. Takes it by a neck as Can't Stay Too Long is now second against the rail. A minute flat the time for the first half mile, a minute flat. Dandy Showtime, the leader to the far turn, and gets over to the rail, leading it clear by just a length. Can't Stay Too Long is second by 2 lengths. The Magical Woman moves up in third. Sage on Stage drops back 1 spot in fourth. Runaway Delight is in fifth. Then a gap of 5 more lengths. Frontier Molly last of the 6th. There's a quarter mile to go, and Can't Stay Too Long is right back to the outside and coming after Dandy Showtime. These two going at it. The Magical Woman is in third position. 1:27.1, the time at the 3 quarters. Dandy Showtime, Can't Stay Too Long. The Magical Woman third. Runaway Delight way out on the grandstand side in fourth and still 4 lengths from the lead. They line up across the racetrack. Can't Stay Too Long, Dandy Showtime. The Magical Woman getting the better of both of them. Runaway Delight is running out of time, still on the far outside. Can't Stay Too Long tries to fight back to the inside as they come to the wire, but the Magical Woman in front. The Magical Woman wins it by a half length. Can't Stay Too Long was home second. Runaway Delight was across the wire in third. Dandy Showtime was fourth. And then a gap of another 15 lengths back to the 2 trailers. Frontier Molly, who finished in fifth, and Sage on Stage was 6th. 1 minute 57 seconds flat was the time for the mile. 1:57 flat. We'll meet the winner and wrap things up in just a moment. Waiting to meet the winner of race 13, number 6, the Magical Woman. Wins this race for Illinois Conceived and Foaled fillies. This is her season's debut. She did have a qualifier at Hoosier Park on June 3rd, but her first purse start of the year. Had a good season last year, 9 times on the money, 3 wins to her credit last season, and won an elimination of the Illinois State Fair Colt Stakes 2-year-old filly Pace last year. The Magical Woman is owned by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, Anthony Lombardi of Morris, Illinois, the trainer Irv Miller, and the driver Cordarius Stewart. This filly, a 3-year-old daughter of Travel Playlist out of Emission Control by Cole Muffler, the winner bred by the University of Illinois at Champaign-Urbana, gives us a chance to acknowledge all the great work that Kevin Klein put in over the years. recently stepped down, earning a very much well-deserved retirement, and we appreciate all that Kevin Klein has done for this sport in Illinois and keeping the University of Illinois involved in racing, and we wish him all the best upon his retirement. In front of the grandstand, here's the winner, number 6, the Magical Woman. The winning driver is Cordarius Stewart. Cordarius, congratulations as he takes us home, winning the nightcap here today. Well done. Here's the full field rundown from race 13. From the top, Can't Stay Too Long was the runner-up. Sage on Stage was 6. Frontier Molly finished 5. Runaway Delight was 3. Dandy Showtime 4. And the Magical Woman the winner. 30 seconds at the quarter, a minute flat at the half. 3 quarters, 127 and 1, mile and 157 flat. Reads 265.341. Folks, thanks for being with us. We hope to see you at the Macon County Fair at Decatur tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock for Illinois Big Ten harness racing, and at the Illinois State Fairgrounds of Springfield next week on Thursday and Friday. For now, on behalf of our entire racing crew, all of our officials, and for Suburban Downs, thanks for being with us. And for the Duquoin State Fair Association, we bid you good afternoon.